264 drivers vied for their stake at a $1,000 payday. And today we narrow down our field to create our illustrious group of 40 cars for the 2023 Podium 500 on Sunday afternoon. But for 80 of our drivers today, this afternoon's last chance qualifier will give them one final opportunity to advance to the Duels in hopes of staying on that grid tomorrow. It is a do or die Saturday afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome to Podium Esports coverage of the 5th annual Podium 500 live from iRacing's virtual Daytona International Speedway in Daytona Beach, Florida. Alongside DJ Clark, I am Devin Henry. Ryan Bauer is behind the scenes making all the magic happen for 4 days, basically this week, and a ton of hours and a ton of wild and ridiculous racing. Another set of barriers are being set in front of these drivers for today's races in terms of weather. But before we get there, DJ, we had 264 drivers try to race their way into the Duels earlier this week on Wednesday, Thursday. We have 80 drivers right now in the LCQs. We're only going to take 30 of them and say, you keep on going. 50 of them, though, they're done.
Yeah, and that is a very, very hard thing to come up against, knowing that you could find yourself eliminated when you go into one of these LCQs, and indeed when you even go into the Duels themselves. It's really going to raise the stakes and raise the bar for all of these drivers. I expect to see some of the best and probably some of the most aggressive driving that we've seen over the course of this week happening here today.
And most of you already know what Daytona is, but DJ, take us a little bit deeper into this beloved 2.5 mile oval.
Well, as you said, a 2.5-mile oval, the second longest circuit on the NASCAR calendar in terms of ovals, a 4-turn tri-oval setup, banking up to 31 degrees in the corners and 18 degrees through the tri-oval itself. It is an asphalt speedway of fame and song and story. The big name of the game around here today is the bump draft and momentum, making sure that you've got plenty of cars up in the line with you to be able to generate as much momentum and speed as possible. You can't run solo around here, otherwise you're going to find yourself looking the wrong way forward.
And for those of you who joined us in our heat races on Wednesday and Thursday, we have a little bit different rules today, DJ, including, very important, one green-white checkered attempt.
Yes, we do. For these LCQs, we're going to see it go up to 30 laps instead of the 20 that we were running. Still a fixed setup, still one faster pair, and still 17 incident limits. The other thing to keep in mind, though, is that the top 15 drivers from each LCQ will advance on into the duels. They will not advance on into the actual feature race itself. They get a chance to be able to fight it out with the other drivers in the duels, which will come a little bit later today.
And nobody is locked in to the Podium 500 tomorrow. It all comes a little bit later this afternoon when we set our dual grids. But the big highlight of today that all the drivers are going to be paying attention to, our weather. It is based on real-life conditions in Daytona Beach, Florida. For those of you guys not in Florida, it's a little bit stormy right now. We do have dynamic weather set, but it's 66-degree air temperatures, a 78-degree track temperature, 58% humidity. But the big issue today, DJ, wind gusts blowing west at 25 miles per hour. There's going to be a massive headwind going into turn 3.
Yeah, there's going to be that big headwind, and that's going to lead to a couple of things. First and foremost, the driver in front is going to find themselves severely slowed down a little bit, and the drivers behind in the draft are going to get a little bit of overspeed. Now, what we don't know is how that's going to respond in terms of the running, in terms of how you're able to get yourself ahead. We were postulating a little bit that if you try to make a move going down the back straightaway, that big wall of air may prevent and scupper any momentum that you have. It may also work for backways if you are that leading car and slow them down. So that's going to be something that we keep our eye on, but the wind will be a storyline for today.
30 laps, 40 drivers, 15 will move on to the duels later this afternoon. Dustin Shepard and Colin Keister will sit on the front row. We have no more qualifying in this Podium 500. All of our positions are set by heat races, duels, so on and so forth. Zachary Lima, Corey Cook will make up row number 2. Adam Cabin in the number 34 alongside number 35 in this race. Brett Pancari will be in row number 3. Justin Knobloch donning the number 1 car will start P7 alongside Brady Floyd in position number 8. Craig Jancic will be in the 9th position. Tyler Meek rounds out our top 10, DJ.
In 11th place, it's going to be Kyle Urbank, followed by Ray Rogers. Then lining up in P13, it's going to be Robert Noble and Cole Larson in row 7. Row 8 is Spencer Burns and Philip Martin. Following them in P17, it'll be Adam Martin and Daniel Holloway. Then rounding out your top 20, it'll be Daniel Smallwood and Jackson Carr.
Queen City News' own Brett Baldock out of Charlotte will start P21. Jamie Haynes will be in the 22nd position. Eric Papineau will start 23rd. Anthony Poston in P24. Rick Sybrands in 25th. Christopher Blanchard will be on the outside of row 13. Austin Green. Hunter Jojahan will be in the 14th row. Andrew Payne and DJ Stanger make up row 15. Gene Cola, Mitchell Howell, 31st, 32nd. Lewis Ettinger, Justin Levine, Alex Thurber, Daniel Adam. They will make up 36 cars fighting for only 15 positions. Before we go green, DJ, what's it going to take to be in that top 15 and advance into our duels?
Well, I think at the start of the race, it's going to take a lot of patience. You don't want to be making those moves too early, but it's going to take thoughtful meditation to be able to get your way forward. Find the moments where you can be aggressive, and other than that, let the race come to you.
Urgency is going to be at an all-time high. It is a sprint race. 15 cars will move on to our duels later this afternoon. For everybody else, go home and have fun watching on Twitch. A pleasure to have you along for the ride for the Saturday qualification to the 2023 Podium 500. LCQ number 1 is underway. grass. It all started on the front row when Dustin Shepard got punted going down the back straightaway. A lot of other cars involved, but DJ, I think we might have just saw our first casualty, in part because of that 25-mile-per-hour side wind going down the back straight.
Yeah, I think it was a combination of that, and frankly, a combination of a little bit of a bad push there from Zachary Lima. You saw him hook up with him onto the inside there, and that was just enough to be able to push around that number 16 machine of Dustin Shepard. And then you saw a little bit of the domino effect, massive speeds coming down this back straightaway, and for everybody else trying to get around that number 16, they really had nowhere to go. Thankfully, that wasn't a bigger incident. That could have been very, very brutal, Devin.
I don't know how many guys actually got damaged in there. Actually, Dustin Shepard, I think, definitely didn't get the worst end of that. His car's pretty clean, but he was trying to do some Daytona Supercross down the back straightaway there and lost control of that car coming back onto the track. But another part, obviously these guys were able to practice for an hour before this, up to an hour at the very least. And I'm curious there if that stack up, the bad push maybe was because of this wind right here is kind of like coming at a 45-degree angle from the right side of the car. So I'm wondering here, depending on how you're pushing, I think these next-gen cars already have a pretty good grasp of speeding up and really pulling up to the car in front of them. I wonder if that is even magnified now because of that headwind that the lead driver is going into. So that's something that I think everyone's going to have to learn to adjust to, but Colin Keister and Corey Cook were having no problems in that outside lane as they were starting to blow that field away.
Yeah, they were really starting to get on the loud pedal good and well there, but I think that high lane, for what we've seen for the majority of the race, that's kind of been the way to go. We've seen a lot of drivers certainly favoring that high lane as they run around, and not as many seeming to have as much action down on the low lane. But again, that's really going to all come down to momentum. If you're able to have more cars up on the high lane's going to go faster. You're able to have more cars on the low line's going to go faster, and it's all about reading that out as a driver and finding out what's going to work best.
So top 15 will advance into our duels later this afternoon. We will have 2 duels. Basically, this LCQ is made up of all the drivers who finished between 6th and 13th position from Wednesday's heat races. That's heat races 1 through 5. Our next LCQ will be the drivers who finished between 6th and 13th in our second day of heat races on Thursday, heat races 6 through 10. The duels are also made up of those same heat races, so basically everyone who raced on Wednesday is an LCQ1 and Duel 1. Everyone who raced on Thursday is an LCQ2 and Duel number 2. So all these cars will advance into Duel number 1. They will not be mixed between duels, and then our next LCQ will have all their drivers dropped into Duel number 2. So everyone, for the most part, is going to have at least a little bit knowledge about one another because they probably watch each other on Wednesday or Thursday. They race against each other for the most part, and then you're racing against them in the LCQ, and the top 15 are going to be moving on to our duels.
All right, so write all of that down there as it is a little bit confusing, all of it. But the biggest thing you've got to know for this one, top 15. That's going to be the number we're looking at. That's going to be the cutoff point that we're looking at. And right now, the driver in 15th position is Spencer Burns. So that is the mark that everybody else behind him is going to be trying to push his way forward. There, we ride on board with it.
And on literally any restart, when you're in 15, I think maybe even up to 13, 12, you're not even considering that you're in 12, 13, 14, 15. You're feeling like you're in 20 because anything can happen on these restarts. Colin Keister will lead us back to the green flag. Corey Cook in second. Brett Pankari will be in third. Brady Floyd in fourth. Craig Janczak will be in fifth. Tyler Meeks, P6. Inside of row 4 will be Zachary Lima alongside of Ray Rogers. Adam Cabot, Justin Knobloch will be your top 10. And then Cole Larson, Philip Martin, Kyle Urbanek, Daniel Holloway, and Spencer Burns make up the 15 transfer spots right now. Jackson Carr, Adam Martin, Jamie Haynes, Anthony Poston, and Daniel Smallwood are the next 5 cars on the outside looking in.
Yeah, and I think there for those drivers that are on the outside looking in, you're going to try to make a little bit of moves here early on, potentially, and that's all going to come down to reading the lines. It's a little bit like dirt track racing here on a super speedway. Just like on a dirt track, how you've got to be able to read where the cushion is moving to, where the slick, where the tack is going to be. Here at Daytona with a super speedway package that we have, it's all about reading the lines and finding out who's going to have more momentum and who you want to hook up with to get yourself up to the front.
A little bit of line dancing, and in this LCQ, a pair of drivers who were in the Podium 500 last year and also led laps, Noblock and Jansak. Led laps in the 500 last year. Got to be the top 15 right now just to move on into the duel. Pace car is off after half a lap of green. We'll get back underway here. Only just 26 laps to go in LCQ 1.
Here they come as they come up to speed, starting to see those bumps playing into order here. Looks like the high lane starting to get a little bit more together, but they've got more cars up there, but it looks like the low lane's a little bit more in line. They're running and working as a team a little bit better.
Keisha will get a nose out front. Brett Punkari is the one pushing him as they get all stacked up down the back straightaway. Essentially, that right front quarter panel, that's where the 25-mile-per-hour wind gusts are coming from as they barrel into turn number 3, and that kind of makes everything shake out a little bit in your car. It kind of forces you to float up in the corner sometimes. Your entry isn't as stable, and right now that inside line is really putting a lot of pressure on the outside group, so they have 3 cars up front.
Yeah, 3 cars up front looking good as the 17 also trying to link up there. That's Zachary Lima. Now it's going to come back to favor the high side as we've got another yellow.
Caution comes out. At least we're able to complete 1 lap that time, and Craig Jansak was trying to move to that outside lane and make that work. Trouble coming off of turn number 4 here for a few cars, more so towards the back. And we'll have our second caution here on lap number 6.
If you go back to check out the replay here, you can see all the jostling that really does take place through the tri-oval, and I think a large part of that is the wind gust that you talked about. Watch right now. Oh, just a big miscommunication and a big stack up there for the drivers. Going to be some hefty damage to those 2 cars that went into the barriers head first. I think some of the ones that spun off to the inside may have escaped.
Take a look from the copter here, and again, just a bad bump and maybe even a little bit of correlation with that wind is now just kind of went down there and a little bit late and a massive smack into the wall. And for these drivers, you get that 1 fast repair like you had back in the heat. So at least 1 reset, but you know you hate taking it here with more than 20 laps to go.
No, you want to try to hold on to that fast repair as much as possible. Just kind of keep that in the bank as we ride on board. Oh, just that tag from behind Devin. I've been in that position so many times when you think you're clear and then you just feel that tag on your rear quarter panel. It is one of the most demoralizing things you can have happen to you.
Thurber with a great 360 though, kept it straight, and he's gonna have some minimum damage here. Probably won't need to take the fast repair, but that right there is just an instance of trying to take that lane change a little bit too late, and there's no time for the car behind to make any sort of move to not force anything. Ooh, that was a close one for Austin Green, who slides by Edinger there by the slimmest margin. We're still gonna have more than 20 laps to go here in this Podium 500 LCQ number 1, and DJ, obviously, this is going to be something where every single lap, and honestly every single caution, the urgency is going to rise. You know you need to be in that top 15. You know for a fact that if you're 10th, you want to be further up because you never know what's going to happen. So if they're antsy now, it's only going to be getting worse.
Yeah, you read my mind, Devin. The nerves, the adrenaline, they're just going to keep building more and more here for these drivers. And the real test for them is going to be trying to blot out that adrenaline. I've talked to so many drivers that have pre-race routines that include things like yoga or Tai Chi to just calm their body, calm their mind a little bit. And that's what these drivers need to do here at this point. You can't be driving on instinct. You can't be driving on adrenaline. You just have to be very, very careful and really think out everything you're going to be doing.
There's guys doing Tai Chi before iRaces. Maybe I just run on stress and adrenaline, and there's not even that much of that. Maybe that's why I'm so bad.
I mean, I'm pretty terrible, but I used to do Tai Chi before iRaces. It calmed me down a little bit. Granted, my I rating doesn't reflect that, but you know.
Maybe that will help comms over the radio a little bit calmer during official races if more people did Tai Chi before their official races. A lot of fun here for the Podium 500 and a lot of action, a lot of intense moments like I think we're going to see coming up here in these LCQs. And this year's Podium 500 is brought to you by Eric Messer Photography, the official photographer of the Madhouse, Bowman Gray Stadium. Eric is open for freelance hires for any racing organization in the Carolinas and Virginia. For more information, visit his website at emphoto.com. Great memories, not just photos. So we're going to stack them back up. this time around, when we go back green, we're going to have about 21 laps to go. Colin Keister continues to lead the way. Punkari's been up there with him. Craig Janczak's going to be up there as well. He was someone who made that first move that we've seen so far, bouncing up to that outside lane. On that initial start, the outside groove looked like it was fastest. First restart looked like the inside groove was the fastest. And I think you were on the nose during that first little stretch of that last green flag lap that we had. That inside lane was more composed and they were straighter. They weren't flanked out very much. And I think that's definitely something that's going to help these guys with the large wing gusts, is if you can stay straight in an organized line, that's what's really going to help out these roads.
Yeah, that's really going to help. It's going to minimize any of that aero buffeting that they're going to have. But let's not forget, with the crosswinds that are going to be coming across the track at 1 and 2 and 3 and 4, these next-gen NASCARs are highly aero sensitive. A lot of work has been put into them. And so I think for some of these drivers, if we get a big gust that comes on through, it could throw them off a little bit. And specifically those that are riding up on the high lane here at this point, they're going to have to watch out because they're going to be the first ones to be hit by that crosswind.
That's something that I don't really enjoy seeing as a driver in sim. It's so hard to feel the air in a simulator, especially when you're racing at Daytona with a lot on the line. Hard charger right now. Still not near that top 15, about 5 spots out. Justin Levine, he started 34th. He's up to the 20th position right now. So he has himself 5 spots out after starting shotgun on the field. We'll see how much further that number 1 car can go.
And we'll have to see, indeed, as he's going to be starting in 3rd place in that high lane. And so that'll be a good running there for him. Probably be in good contention. I would not be surprised if we see a lot of these drivers up in about the top 10 or so. Not really making all that many moves, just being content where they are. But pace car pulls off, and we're ready to go back.
It will be 21 laps to go in LCQ number 1. 15 cars will move on into our duels. Colin Keister, Brett Punkari. Bring us back to the green. Someone's already dirt tracking.
I think that may have been TJ Stagner there in the back, as I see that car dropping down through the order, as we've got another car that looks to be going the wrong way. That's the number 64. That's Stagner. I believe that may have been Noble that was able to get on by him, but no yellow flag. We stay green and 2 wide up front.
Well, we've only had a lap and a half of green. Those guys are hoping that that kind of continues here because they are way outside the draft. And also from that happening, we've kind of split the field in 2 here, this opening group. Still trying to get settled at the back end of things, but we'll see if they're able to kind of compose themselves here and start fighting for position and doing some line dancing.
Yeah, doing some line dancing, and I noticed a big wiggle out of Zachary Lima's number 17 coming through the corner. I think that's a little bit of the crosswind that we were talking about coming into play, but now it looks like Keister and Janczak have hooked up. They've moved up onto the high lane here at this point, dancing around, and that's going to leave the number 61, I believe, open and down to the inside.
Corey Cook gained a great momentum burst on the inside lane, put the 61 car up to P1. Keister on the outside, Cook on the inside, and a little bit of disorganization on that outside groove as they got really stacked up through 1 and 2. Obviously that high lane's gonna have the momentum down the straightaway, but watch that black and green number 61 trying to catch back up to Keister here through the corner. This time that outside groove much more composed and able to fend off that inside group. But again, look at that massive stack up. Someone gets sent into no man's land. 2 cars into the black hole.
And that was really all precipitated by Craig Janczak there, just having a little bit of a problem coming off of the bumper there of Keister, and that was just a jack up all the way down through the field. We've now got a car sitting in the middle of the running. That's going to be the number 17 there of Zachary Lima. He's got to find a buddy, otherwise he's going to get swamped here real quick.
Find a buddy or find a hole. That inside lane, because of some of this line changing and some of the black hole falling, there's a massive gap in that inside lane. You see your leader of that inside lane, Corey Cook, starting to fall backwards as Keister and Janczak start to move forward on that outside lane. Now the inside groove really starting to get back together here, but like you talked about, when you don't have any help, all that does is ruin the entirety of the line. What was the leader of the 61 car, they're now 4 cars back.
And we've got another yellow.
Cole Larson looks like almost one of the recipients in trouble there, and a little bit of trouble on this front straightaway is we got a couple green flag laps in that time. Brett Baldeck in trouble too here.
Yeah, it doesn't look like too much damage there on Baldic's machine. Let's watch coming down through the corner. A little bit of line dancing as to steal your phrase there, Devin. And it just looks like that is another poor decision when it comes to a lane switch.
Yeah, just late moves when the person up front, Baldic's just going to miss the green cone there to avoid a penalty, but he's going to have to probably take a faster pair. On board here with the 44, and at Daytona, take a listen in, this is just how quick it happens. Not a thing in the world Baldic could do there, and then he gets slammed to the wall by the 19 next. So just another, our second example of trying to make that lane change too late, or in a spot where really there was a hole there, but when you are going at such a smaller speed than the cars on that outside lane, you're not going to fit there no matter if that hole was another half car length bigger.
Yeah, exactly. And I think the car that actually precipitated that move was Zachary Lima in the number 17. And I think that may have been a little bit of a result of him just not having that concentration, not having everything racked up underneath him, and just being a little over-eager to get himself back into line. Remember, he was the one running in the middle groove there for a long time.
Well, a big weekend here at Podium Esports. Our qualifiers, our final qualifiers, I should say, our LCQs and our duels here for the Podium 500. And the $1,000 to win Podium 500 tomorrow at noon Eastern. Be sure to join us for the 5th annual running of the Podium 500, who will take home the $1,000 cash prize. But the fun does not end there. We are going to have double bonus coverage on Monday, both on our Podium Esports Twitch and on Podium 2 for the Monday Night Racing Season 6 Championship race. NASCAR Xfinity cars at Homestead Miami Speedway, including a few drivers who will be racing on this real-life Daytona International Speedway next Sunday, like Robbie Lyons, Anthony Alfredo, Garrett Smithley, among many others. We can watch our traditional broadcast with Kenneth Bueno, Jacob Hitz, and leading the way, Blake McCandless on Podium Esports. But a very special edition of a broadcast will be going on Podium 2. It's going to be kind of Manning's cast style broadcast, if you will. If you heard of the Garage Guys, you're going to want to watch this. Chase and Dale Tanhart, the host of the Garage Guys podcast, will feature exclusive interviews and commentary with special guests, including NASCAR champion and former Fox TV analyst, Mr. Boogity 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 himself, Darrell Waltrip. Be sure to pull up both Podium 2 and the primary Podium Esports Twitch channels and enjoy all the exclusive, all-access coverage to the most exciting championship event on iRacing, the Monday Night Racing Season 6 Championship Race. Dale actually joined Monday Night Racing this season. He actually had a couple of pretty good runs, so I don't know. I guess he'd probably have more fun with Darrell Waltrip than the rest of us on track there on Monday night. That's going to be a really fun broadcast to watch, one of the first of its kind. But right now, no one on track could care less. Even Brett Baldic, who is actually going to be in that race on Monday, he probably doesn't care right now either because he's a lap down. And we're only going to have 15 laps to go to decide which 15 drivers will be moving on into our duels in just a couple hours' time.
Yep, not a whole lot of running here to go. And again, I still think the name of the game is going to be caution and restraint. We have seen drivers cause these yellow flag periods by being a little too overeager, a little too aggressive to try to work their way forward, and that just doesn't appear to be the way to go. The drivers that we've seen do well and move up a significant number of positions have been those that have been calm and that have been patient. That is the way to get yourself up to the forward.
And you don't want to get yourself funneled backwards. You look inside the top 10. You have 7 drivers who started inside the top 10. Keister started 2nd. Jansak has actually moved up. He started 9th. He's in 2nd. Pancari started 6th, now in 3rd. Cook started 4th, still in 4th. Knobloch started 7th, in 5th. Brady Floyd started 8th, in 6th. Cabot started 5th. He fell back outside the top 10. He's now in 8th. So staying up front when you started up front is the name of the game, because when you look at someone like Zachary Lima, who started 3rd, he's outside the top 20 now. And you're going to get other guys like Justin Levine, who started 34th. He is in a transfer spot now. He is in P9. He most certainly has been the hard charger in this race after starting near dead last on the field. He has a chance to qualify for this duel.
Yeah, he does, and that's just all been by picking his lane correctly and moving his way forward. I think the one driver here that I'm going to have my eye on a little bit is Zachary Lima, the number 17. Remember, involved in that incident before, he was the one that got caught out to dry. I'm going to be interested to see how aggressive that number 17 is to try to move his way back forward to get into a transfer spot.
We'll see. You see the stack of cars in front of him. We'll go green this time by with just 14 laps to go to figure out which 15 cars will be moving on to our Duel #1 race that will take place, I think, at noon Eastern. No, 2 Eastern. Noon my time. Trying to convert things. It's a weird time of year.
Never trust a
to go.
commentator's math.
No. Well, my math was correct for me, but I don't know how many people watching actually care about what time it is for me locally.
That's
Colin
fair.
Keister, Craig Jansack, ready to bring us back into green. Pankari Cook in row 2. No Block and Floyd in row 3. Back underway for LCQ #1, top 15 advance to the duels. Carey with a good shove going into 1, but that outside lane has some momentum. Jansack with Cook all over the rear bumper in the outside lane prevails with a little bit of squiggliness.
Just a little bit of squiggliness, and there was a bit of a checkup on that lone lane coming through turn 1. Looks like they've been able to get it back together and be able to race on as they want. Little bit of a hookup on the outside there. Jansack trying to be able to give that a little bit to the number, getting it a little bit from Cook behind him. As now they work their way into the tri-oval. Got to be a little bit careful. Still some lane switching happening in back.
Yeah, we have a couple of cars trying to make a third lane, and that's going to leave a couple drivers out to dry. Looks like that might have been Kyle Yerbank or Anthony Posting getting left down in the middle, and now down the center of this group here. Lima here is in the middle groove. We have a strain of about 3 or 4 cars in the middle trying to make this third lane happen with 13 laps to go.
Well, that's exactly what I talked about here. A couple of these drivers doing it. It looks like the number 20 is going to get caught out to dry. They may find themselves, that's Brady Floyd, getting back into this order as now they come down through that third lane. Got to be very, very careful. This isn't Talladega. 3-wide racing, not always the best way around.
In the real world last year in the Daytona 500, they did not like 3-wide racing. It was mostly 2-wide racing because with just how high speed and just how hard to control these cars are sometimes, they can be really shaky, hard to save, obviously, as we got a pack of cars in the wall. Right around that transfer spot, a slew of cars stuffed into the outside fence, and we're back under caution.
Oh, and another big one getting taken out here on the field. Multiple cars involved. Seabrand, Martin, Smallwood, I think Stagner again falling down through the order. Maybe Ray Rogers, Jackson Carr as well.
Take a look. It all starts here in this outside lane as we were trying to race 3 wide about halfway through this opening pack. Another instance there of a bad bump, but in that case there was the 46 car who was all out of work, and Philip Martin was coming back up the track, and there was a very slim margin of a bumper there, and they all go soaring into the wall.
Yeah, all just sent into the wall there, and that's one of the downfalls here of racing at Daytona with the high speeds. As you mentioned a little bit earlier, it is so very easy to find yourself getting into trouble if one driver makes a mistake in front of you. As there we see the number 4 of Rick Seabrands just being a hapless passenger there across the grass.
Another look as everyone soars into the wall. Someone was barrel rolled through turn number 2. And a lot of carnage on our latest caution that will bring us back to green with under 10 laps to go in our first LCQ of the Podium 500. There's Ray Rogers. Woo, he went for a ride.
I certainly did. I hope Ray's not in VR right now, otherwise he may need a little bit of a bag next to it. We take a look there, caught on the apron, got it running back around, and then just caught it the wrong way. Up and over goes that number 23.
Right when you think everything is okay, gets tagged in that right rear quarter panel, and he goes for a wicked ride. Former champion of the MPI Cup Series coming back to Podium here in just a few weeks' time for their next season. So another great league here on Podium Esports to watch on Sunday nights. They're going to have themselves quite a wild season because, well, during the winter time, they had a Dirt to Daytona series, which was absolutely fantastic. And now getting back to their MPI season as well. Well, Boosted builds a custom platform for your brand to sell your products, one of the proud partners of Podium. Boosted takes care of the entire process when it comes to selling your products. You pay nothing out of pocket and grow your brand while we handle the logistics. Their work includes website creation, custom logo or designing, shipping and handling, customer service, production, and high-quality product inventory. Visit boosted.biz. Start building your brand today. So under 10 laps to go here, DJ, and we keep talking about how the intensity is only going to continue to rise further and further as we get deeper and deeper into this closing group of laps, because top 15 enter. That means anywhere from 16th to 36 thinks they have a chance to try to make these duels, and they're going to make moves to do so. And every single caution takes away laps for them to get up front.
Yeah, that's going to take away laps, and then it's just going to add more kindling to the fire here that is the aggression we're seeing out of the back of the field. I think you're going to see a lot more moves here as drivers try to push their way up forward. The top 10 or so doing a great job of being nice and calm, staying in line, not letting themselves get taken out or anything, but everybody else in the back, you can really, really sense that this is a last chance qualifier and that they have to get their way up into the top 15 to move on.
DJ Stanger and Ray Rogers potentially done with their races now after that latest caution that we just had, but still 34 cars on the lead lap. In essence, 34 cars with a chance to be in the top 15 and make our duel starting at 2 p.m. Eastern time. All just trying to make the Podium 500 tomorrow starting at noon Eastern with a massive purse including $1,000 to win. So long as you finish inside the top 10, you're taking home $100. And just by making the show, you at the very least will get your entry fee back. So big money at stake. We saw the intensity, we saw the high stakes, and we saw the controversy 1 year ago. It's big money, it's big racing, and it's the big old bad boy of Daytona in these Gen 7 cars. Be sure to join us tomorrow at noon Eastern for the 5th running of the Podium 500. These guys right here in their last chance qualifier, one final chance to make the Podium 500. 0 cars this year locked into the 500. There are no provisionals here in 2023. So that means you're going to want to be with us at noon Eastern, because the top 20 in both of our duels are going to make up our 40-car field. You must finish top 20. There is nothing for anyone to fall back on.
No, nothing at all, and that's especially true for these drivers here who still are hoping to advance on into one of the duels. Right now, looks like Austin Green, the driver currently on the bubble, but there is plenty of time left to go. Zachary Lima here in 16th position. Things are a little bit in flux as a result of being side by side, but yeah, these 15, 16, Austin Green and Zachary Lima, this is going to be the battle for that last transfer spot.
Keister's been on the front row most of this race. He'll lead the field back to Green. This time, though, it's Justin Knobloch on his outside. Poncari, Levine, Holloway, your top 5 with 7 laps to go. It's a pair of 1 cars on the outside lane trying to make it work. A massive shove by Levine to Knobloch. Here comes Adam Cabot following along as well, and that outside group has all the momentum.
Yes, it does. Outside lane going to carry a little bit more running here as they fly their way through the corner. That's 1 car a little bit up offline, farther in the back, but here the lone line going to come back into play as they look to get themselves ordered out coming out of turn 4.
Knobloch came down late and right on top the bumper of Colin Keister. The outside lane has absolutely disintegrated, though. One driver's going to try to pioneer it as we get a little bit shaky here towards the back, and that's going to bring out our next caution on the night with 7 laps to go. We're getting closer and closer to our lone green-white checkered attempt, it feels like.
Yeah, we certainly are, and I thought for a second that they were going to be able to escape there without having too much of a problem as they spun down onto the apron there and down to the infield. Let's see exactly what happened. Now, this is farther back down in the order. Is this going to be another bad move? No, looks like there was a little bit of coming together there up on the high lane, and then that was, I think, just a little bit of incident fixation, and drivers just got distracted down on that low side.
Group of cars found their way into the outside wall. Feels like the worst of the group was actually the guys behind them reacting, just trying to get out of the way. Take another look here as they start to dive into turn one. You already see, man, just how out of shape some of these cars are trying to make those lane changes. We'll take a look here from the Podium blimp. Yeah, it looks like one car might have checked up and then he got punted into the outside wall, and outside that it was everyone else just reacting, and it forces a lot of cars to take some more damage and burn their lone fast repair here this afternoon.
Yeah, that's going to be very disheartening for them. I can't tell you for sure who it was that got involved up on the high side. I saw a 3, so that's either, I think, Noble or Jamie Haynes, but that is not confirmed for sure. But yeah, you can see the stack up here just down to the low side, and it threw everything around as now the field tries to work their way back on through. Let's ride on board with Robert Noble here and see if my suspicions were correct. Yes, it was. Noble just kind of left with nowhere to go. That car in front of him hitting the wall and counting into each other.
So another caution here in our 30-lap LCQ. That means we're going to go back green flag racing with under 5 laps remaining here to decide the top 15 who will be moving on into the Podium 500 duels. They will be in duel number 1 at 2 p.m. Eastern time. Duel number 2 will be at the conclusion of that race. Our duels are going to have a little bit different rules. Most notably, though, no fast repairs. This is your only chance to, over the course of the rest of the weekend, to have a fast repair, have that reset ready to go. And a lot of these drivers have done what they hoped that they weren't going to do today, is actually use that fast repair. We've had a lot of cautions, a lot of incidents, everybody having the urgency, the intensity to try to make whatever happen, make it work and get themselves into the top 15. And at times tonight, it's been to their own detriment.
Yeah, it certainly has. I mean, really with the exception of that last one that we saw that just looked like a little bit of a checkup brought on by some understeer, the other ones have been a result of drivers trying to shuffle their way up through the order, going for a space that no longer existed, things like that. The kind of overly aggressive mistakes that you would expect to see from a race like this. Now, hopefully, we're going to be able to get ourselves back under green flag racing. I don't want to have to use that green-white checkered here, and I frankly want to see what some of these leaders up at the front of the field are going to be able to do, because we haven't really seen them stretch their legs quite yet.
Boy, it has been a roller coaster ride. Just go about an hour and a half south. Go to either Universal or Disney World. Jump on whatever coaster you want, because that has been the day for Justin Shepard here within, what, 30 minutes of racing so far. He started on the front row. On the first lap, gets punted down into the grass, goes to the very back of the field. Shepard now has himself one spot outside the transfer. It has been a wild day for the 16 car, and it's only our first race of 4 here today.
You gotta love it. That's what the Podium 500 is all about, the kind of unpredictability that you can get. As looks like here the pace car going to be crossing over the stripe. I believe this is going to be 1 to go for these drivers. As yes, I do indeed see the pace car lights going off. 1 lap to go, green next time by.
So let's reset it for you. When we go green, we're going to have 3 laps to go. There's 1 green-white checkered available to these drivers. We have not went 3 green flag laps so far in this LCQ because everyone is just doing whatever they can to be in the top 15 to transfer to the duel. Justin Knobloch, he led laps in last year's Podium 500. He leads the way right now, looking to transfer into the duel. Colin Keisha will line up on the outside of him. Brett Pancari will be on the inside of row 2 alongside Daniel Holloway. Brady Floyd will start in the 5th position. Justin Levine, who started 34th on the afternoon, he will start in P6. Adam Cabot on the inside of row 4. Adam Martin on the outside. Craig Jansak has fallen back to 9th. Another hard charger, Andrew Payne, will round out the top 10. Corey Cook, who spent a lot of this race up front, is all the way back in 11th. Anthony Poston has made his way up to 12th. Tyler Meeks is 13th. Austin Green is 27th to 14th. Kyle Urbanick will make up the final transfer spot. As of now, he has the pole sitter Justin Shepard behind him. Zachary Lima, who started 3rd, is in 17th. And then Lewis Ettinger, Hunter Geohan, Spencer Burns, Robert Noble. That's up to 21st. They all have a shot here to get into the top 15. And boy, oh boy, you know that everybody from 16th to 34th is going to try what they can to pounce into the top 15 here with 3 to go.
Yeah, they certainly are. Probably take us a couple of corners for everybody to get up to speed to build that momentum as much as possible, but the nerves are here and we're ready to go back to green.
Final shot to make the duels. Top 15 will be able to claim a stake in the duels this afternoon. Back underway. Who will make their way into duel number 1 here, the Podium 500 LCQ? It's a dead heat into turn number 1. Outside lane, starting to move around. One car gets tipped into the wall to the 16. Dustin Shepard, who restarted 16th, is going to soar backwards with a parachute. Austin Green was kind of the start of that in that gray 7 car. He's now moved to 11, trying to get back inside that inside group. He'll choose the outside, though, instead. Keister will slide on back down, and again right on top of the bumper at no block.
Very, very close stuff there for them as they were incredibly close to making contact, but clearly Keister knows what he's doing. But now here comes the high lane with Holloway bringing his way up and bringing some more speed with 2 laps to go.
How about the speed from Daniel Holloway, his first time leading this Podium LCQ. Levine, who started 34th, has P2 right now with a massive push to that 21 car.
Well, it just goes to show you, Devin, when you are good and you are quick, you are good and quick, and that's exactly what Levine is doing here today.
We have our first casualty due to incident points. Zach Lima, who restarted 17th, as we get wicked in the back of this group. He has reached his 17 incident point limit. He has been disqualified from the session, who was just on the outside looking in.
You hate to see that there from them. You saw one of those drivers having a big problem farther back down in the field. I believe that may have been Tyler Meeks. We'll have to figure out exactly who it was. May have been Ray Rogers as well. As here's Gio Kagan in the middle of an absolute hornet's nest.
This is the transfer right here. This is the group of the top 15. Adam Cabot in that black and red 17 pulls the final transfer spot on the final lap of the LCQ of the Podium 500. Stuck in no man's land, he goes backwards.
Not going to get it there to work. You saw another driver try to take as much as possible on the outside. Now looking down to the inside again. 3 lanes starting to work here as drivers trying to push their way forward through 3 and 4.
Adam Cabot using that outside lane. He gets back into 13th. That 3-wide group is your final transfer. Holloway leads Levine in second, but it's all about who's going to the duels. 3 wide for the final transfer. Urbank, Carr, Blanchard at the checkered flag. No one's going to be able to get by Adam Cabot. Well, we're going to wait for timing scoring to figure things out, but Levine made a great move to grab the checkered flag. Holloway in second, Green in third. Our final transfer is going to be Jackson Carr, who slides in and will enter the dead last position of the Podium 500. He slid back a couple of spots and somehow found a way to get by the line just in front of Christopher Blanchard.
Well, let's ride on board here with Jackson able to make this move. He was one of those cars in that middle lane. You can see the momentum starting to run out. Tried to check himself low, tried to check himself high, and to just get a little bit of the side draft there off of that machine next to him and bumping and banging across the line.
That was Kyle Urbank that he was battling door to door with. That was 14th and 15th. They both make the duel. They will both be moving on, trying to earn their way into the Podium 500 with some door banging there coming to the line. They both find a way to make it. And how about Adam Cabot there in some very stressful moments? Fell out of the top 15, got back in. But how about one driver who made the Podium 500 1 year ago, led laps? In that final sequence, he falls outside the Podium 500 qualifying spots. Craig Jansack finishes in 17th. He will not advance to the duels.
And that is going to be the heartbreak of the weekend there, at least for now. We still have more of these races left to go, and we've got another LCQ yet to run, but here is that final finishing order, Devin.
Justin Levine finding his way to the front, started 34th, and he will take home first. It just goes to show you, in all 4 races today, it's not going to matter where you start, because Justin Levine went 34th to first. We'll see if anyone else can beat that here in our 4 races. Daniel Holloway will finish in second, Austin Green in third, Adam Martin fourth, Spencer Burns in fifth. Rick Sybrands, haven't talked about him in that 4 car, he finished in sixth. Andrew Payne, he will finish in the 7th position after starting 29th. Now, take a note of that top 7, The best starter in this group was Spencer Burns in 15th. Everyone else in that top 7 started 17th or worse in this 30-lap LCQ. Colin Keister slides back to 8th, Justin Knobloch 9th, Brady Floyd rounds out the top 10, DJ.
In 11th, it was Brett Pincari, followed by Adam Cabot, then Hunter Geoghegan, Kyle Urbanik, and Jackson Carr, the last driver to transfer on. Chris Blanchard, Craig Janzik, Todd Poston, Philip Martin, and Dustin Shepard, all unfortunately having to go home a little bit early.
That will do it for their days. Everyone else here is also done for the day in their Podium 500. Alex Thurber, Robert Noble, Daniel Smallwood, Cole Larson, Jamie Haynes. Tough one for Cook, who did a great job tonight, last car on the lead lap. Lewis Ettinger, Daniel Adam, Tyler Meeks, Ray Rogers, who went up and over. Brett Baldeck, Eric Papineau, Mitchell Howell, Gene Colum, Zachary Lima, and DJ Stanger all end their Podium 500 attempts here in the LCQs. We still got one more LCQ to go, though, to make up the 40 drivers that will make up 2 duels. So 80 drivers with a chance to be in that top 40 tomorrow at noon Eastern, and a shot at $1,000. Just by finishing inside the top 10, you earn yourself a $100 payday. So this will be our final chance. And what did you learn there off of that LCQ that we can take into this LCQ? Because I think everyone knew the urgency, the intensity, and the lack for a better term, hectic and maybe not so smart moves were going to happen. It's a big money race. It's an LCQ that's 3 laps long. But we also had, I think, our longest green flag run of the race at the very end.
Yeah, not what I would have expected out of that, but in terms of what I can learn if I'm these drivers coming into this second LCQ, be quick and be quick early. You want to try to get yourself ahead as quickly as possible because you never know when that yellow can fall out.
So as we get ready for LCQ number 2, we will take 15 more cars and place them into our duel starting at 2 Eastern. We'll step aside for now. You are watching the 5th annual running of the Podium 500 live on Podium Esports.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
In 1959, we had our first Daytona 500 in the real world moving out from the beach course. Who would have thought that 65 years later that we would have a ton of virtual races and a $1,000 to win Podium 500 tomorrow at noon Eastern. Some big money for some sim racing here on Podium Esports. A ton of fun to have all of you with us today as we go through all of our LCQs and our duels to set our 40-car field for tomorrow's Podium 500. A big purse across the board. Just by starting, you make back your money. By finishing top 10, you earn $100. And of course, to win the $1,000. Just for, as most people say, sitting in a chair and holding the steering wheel. So they say that about the real world drivers too, though. So who am I to complain, having a good time here on Podium Esports? But DJ, I don't know what we learned exactly. We talked about this before we went away watching that first LCQ, because it was caution-filled. I think that's to be expected when you put $1,000 in front of somebody's face and say, finish 15th or better, sir. But at the very end, when it mattered, we saw guys make those crazy moves. Sometimes in races like this, if you start in the front, you finish in the front. You start in the back, you finish in the back. But we had our top 7 drivers all start 15th or worse. A lot of heavy movers in that first LCQ.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing is we saw a lot of drivers taking advantage of others' misfortune, being able to get the jump where they needed to with a little bit of that controlled aggression that we talked about. I think for a lot of these drivers that may start farther back down in the order, what they're going to have to do is they're going to have to focus in, try to miss any incidents that take place above of them, and crucially, try to avoid any situations that may look like it could run them into trouble. If you are seeing a couple of drivers getting their elbows out a little bit, starting to fight, I think if you're a driver that's trying to advance on right, you back off a little bit, let them have their space.
And just to emphasize, we have no qualifying. There's no more single car 1-lap, 2-lap qualifying because all of our spots are set by your previous race. The starting grid for this LCQ set by where you finish in your heat race, which means if you do finish in the top 15 for this race, that is also your starting spot for duel number 2. We are taking all of our drivers who finished between 6th and 13th on Thursday's heat races. They are in this heat race. The top 15 will move on, and they will take on other drivers who finish in the top 5 from Thursday's races, and they will be in our later duel number 2. That will be around 3 o'clock Eastern time. But for all of these drivers racing in the Podium 500, you know you set your entry fee forward, you know you have a shot at $1,000, but you don't know what the weather is going to be like that day in real-world Daytona Beach. It's cold and it's rainy and it's 25-mile-per-hour winds, and it is staying steady right now through the entirety of our races here, it feels like, this week. How about our starting grid for LCQ number 2, top 15 advance? Ty Bass will start on pole in row number 1. Tanner Long will be alongside him in P2 to start us off. Ken Nicola will start in the 3rd position alongside Justin Malello in P4. Row number 3 made up of Joshua Millam. Chris Akers will make up P6. In row number 4, Kevin Fries and Lawson Peel. And rounding out our top 10 DJ, we have Walter Richardson and Anderson Oquendo.
Lining up in P11, it's going to be Dennis Ansman, followed by Charles Velasquez there in P12. P13 is Max Lang, and Chris Papa is going to start to his outside. Back in row 8, it'll be Dakota Curtis and Jeff Yenish there in P16. P17 will be Nathan Rabideau, followed by Jamie Wright. And then rounding out your top 20 demon, it's Peyton Tulloch and Brandon Key.
Hamilton Akabuth will be starting in the 21st position with Brian Campbell 22nd. Row 12 made up of Chris Schubert and Michael Guest. P25 is Gavin Jones. Charles Phelps will be in the 26th position. Luis Calderon will be in P27. Alan Wilson in P28. Row 15 made up of Aaron Brown and Jimmy Reynolds. Corbin McAltry in 31st. Justin Champagne 32nd. Johnny Avila 33rd. Kenneth Riedinger in 34th. Keith Snyder P35. Tyler Grindle. David Sheets. Dylan Thomas rounds out 38 cars fighting for 15 positions in LCQ number 2. DJ, real quick, what these guys should have learned from LCQ 1 to use here in LCQ 2.
Make sure you are clear before you make the pass. Be on your game the entire way through, and most importantly, be ready to check up.
Yeah, that was a troublesome part of our last LCQ, making those lane changes when you're supposed to. LCQ number 2, top 15 go to the duels, and we are underway here for the Podium 500 LCQ. And we are already stacking them up at the back of the field. This is around outside the top 30, I want to say. Cars just kind of scrambling here. They were 4 wide, and yeah, it didn't work.
Yeah, and that's a little bit too eager. Again, remember, you've got to be patient here. Let this race sort of fan out in front of you as we take a look back at the replay here coming across the stripe. Yeah, 2 drivers there, both thinking the same thing, trying to gobble up that car on the middle. And that middle car just absolutely pinched, left with nowhere to go.
So our first caution comes right about at the line here. Is a few drivers trying to get a little bit antsy here at the start. And again, you don't need to necessarily do this. On board here with the 17 car, Jimmy Reynolds. And that 29 car just kind of comes sliding right up in front of him, and really not a heck of a lot of things you can do there. Johnny Avila also included in this wreck as well. But and also there was that car on the apron to start that I noticed as well. I wasn't a fan of that either. Some wild antics here to start, because we learned in LCQ number 1, you don't need to go crazy at the start of this race in order to get inside the top 15. Our top 7 in LCQ 1 were all either started 15th or worse, and our winner started 34th. So you don't need to make too crazy of moves at the start of this race to get yourself up front.
No, you don't. What you need to do is have restraint and slowly but surely try to figure your way through the field. Remember, this is an open session here, ostensibly, to be able to advance on here at this point, because all of these drivers are buying their way in to be able to compete. So you're not going to know all of the drivers that you're running against. It's not like running a league where you're facing the same drivers week in and week out. So the other thing that these drivers are going to have to do is learn what exactly the other tendencies are around them. Figure out who's going to be the aggressive driver that they want to avoid. Who's going to be the calm one that's going to be a good push to them to be their buddy to help them along. That's all of the calculus that needs to go into these first couple of laps. And if you don't have that, you're going to find yourself in trouble and having these incidents like we just saw.
So we're going to go back green with about 25, 26 laps to go. So take a look through your field again here. Not a lot has changed, but Ty Bass will be at the front of the field with Tanner Long next to him. Kenneth McCullough Jr. will be inside of row number 2. Justin Malillo will be there as well. Joshua Milam will be in 5th. Chris Akers in P6. Kevin Fries was going to be in P7, Lawson Peel P8, Dennis Ansman in 9th, Anderson Oquendo will be in 10th, Max Lang, Charles Velasquez, I know that name, I swear, Dakota Curtis, Chris Papa, Nathan Rabideau in your 15 spots. But again, a lot can happen, a lot can change, and we know that guys can come from the back, but I don't think that we saw too much. I think everyone adapted eventually, but we still have wind gusts right now at 26 miles per hour, blowing as a headwind into the right front corner of this car, down the back straightaway, and not really a tailwind down the front straightaway. It's kind of coming at your left rear tires, so it's definitely not very comfortable no matter where you are on the track when the wind gusts are at 25, 26 miles per hour.
No, it certainly is not, and it's going to be, you know, as you said, that headwind coming down the back straightaway, and you're going to get the crosswind coming through the corners, and that's going to be a very tough thing to try to hold on to and to make sure that everything will stay in line. These cars are not going to be handling as you would think they would. They're going to be handling a little bit differently as a result of that wind, and you as a driver just have to compensate for that. You may have to turn in a little bit more. You may have to breathe the throttle a little bit more, but you've just got to be conscious of what's going on.
Tyler Grinnell in that shot looks like he's ready to go to Daytona. He's got a Tropic shirt on. He's got a donut on the car. He's ready to get to real life Daytona and hang out on the beach, it looks like.
Yeah, it certainly does. And also a very, very studious look there. One of absolute concentration, I have to say. I know if I was racing under yellow like this, I would be relaxing a little bit, trying to get a little bit of a shakeout, but clearly not there for him.
No, you don't need to. You don't need to. You need to be focused, ready to roll. He started P36. Remember, our winner in LCQ1 started in 34. So never say never. Ty Bass going to lead us back to the green flag. Tanner Long in second. Quick reset here of the rules in this LCQ. Top 15 advance to the duels. Everyone gets one fast repair. We will get one green-white checkered attempt if needed. Unlimited tire sets for these races. And also, we saw it happen in LCQ1, a disqualification after 17 incident points. So we saw that once in LCQ1 at that last restart. You got to be aware of what's going on, because every now and again, too hard of a push can distribute one incident point. Ready to go back green. Ty Bass leading the way. We're back underway for LCQ number 2 here in the Podium 500. And you already see how chaotic the line dancing is as they go into that burst of wind. Really for the first time under green all together here in LCQ number 2. And they look like pasta being slithered up into someone's mouth there as they wiggle back and forth.
Yeah, really dancing around here a little bit. They are a pretty simple 2 wide here until you get to about 30th position. That's where we've got a little bit of 3 wide going. But up at the front of the field, Ty Bass just continuing to get that push from the 0-3 of Kenneth McCullough. And now it looks like McCullough's thinking about running up on the high side. He's going to bring Josh Milam with him. We've got 2 cars down to the inside, 3 more wrecking.
Akabuz and Campbell were the first 2 to slam the inside wall. Chaos continued, but no caution. We stay under green. As the outside line absolutely diminished, the leader of that line ended up actually touching the wall. The outside group then got taken over by a handful of drivers who moved up front. Joshua Milam up front.
Yeah, Milam up front now, trying to be able to make that move work. It looks like that low lane has absolutely lost all kinds of momentum here as Bass now runs in about 8th place, trying to gain back up as much as he can as they dive into 3.
The inside group didn't actually lose momentum. On board here with Michael Guest as he's trying to move up forward in that 2311 Racing Toyota, but again, you can make moves here. That outside lane, the driver in that groove, when entering the corner, almost hit the wall. It completely diminished all momentum for that outside groove, and all those drivers on the inside saw the opportunity, took it, moved up, and the inside groove is still trying to get back up front.
Yeah, still just trying to make that up as much as possible. It looks like they're starting to gain a little bit more momentum here. Bass starting to get a nice little push. Ooh, not the squarest of nudges there from the number 2 as Bass tried to check up there. That's Lawson Peel that is now in the front of this running for that low lane.
Peel doing a good job just trying to lead his line. Ty Bass has been able to overcome some of this momentum and get himself back towards the front as we are finally back to side-by-side racing as Bass gets a little squirrely behind the rear bumper of that 36 car. McCullough and Milam are going to move a little bit further forward.
Be able to move just a little bit farther forward. That's a lapped car that you see coming out of pit lane. I believe that is Ryan Campbell, if I'm not mistaken, coming out of the pits, but the rest of the field able to get through him nice and easy as we now come onto the backstretch and we see it starting to shake a little bit more here.
Racing Revo and Company, good to see you here with the raid on Podium Twitch for LCQ number 2, the Podium 500. Everyone trying to make the 500 tomorrow at noon Eastern to win $1,000, but first, got to finish top 15 in this LCQ to advance to our duels. Duel number 1 slated for a green flag at 2:15 Eastern time. We take the top 20 for both of our duels and make up our illustrious 40-car field to fight for $1,000 tomorrow at noon Eastern. Lawson Peel continues to pioneer the inside lane here, but they just have not been able to break even and overtake McCollum and Milam on that top group.
No, they certainly haven't, and we've got a little bit of jostling here behind. Looks like the number 23 of Michael Guest trying to make some things happen on a middle line. He's got about 3 drivers trying to hook up with him. This is looking a little bit stacked up. Here comes the number 4. That's Chris Akers trying to make a play to the inside as well.
Might look messy, but no one cares so long as you're moving forward, and we have an absolute shuffle up front. Everybody moving and shaking and into the wall. Malillo gets pounded to the outside groove. Akers got help. Flew up, and they're still wrecking up front. A lot of damage here for a boatload of cars.
Oh, and that looked to be a little bit of an errant move there, I think, by Max Lang, that we saw him move up the track a little bit, and that was enough to cause that big coming together.
They continue to wreck as they're trying to short out in front of them. Looks like this is the 8 car here on the inside. You see that they're 3 wide, and this might be a little bit of a case of the win, and then you just tag the 4 car just a smidge. Aker gets Malillo in the wall. Everyone else behind them just along for the ride.
Yeah, and excuse me, that was actually the number 3 of Dennis Ansman that we saw move up the track a little bit. And I'm not sure if you're right there, Devin. That could have been a result of the wind. It could also have been a little bit of running here on the apron. Let's check and see. I think that's what it was. I think he tagged a little bit of that yellow strip that lost in some grip and pushed him up the track a little bit more.
Michael Guest was right on top of that. He might have some nose damage, which is crucial here in Daytona. On board here with Guest in this 2311 racing machine, and you see them slide up. He gets right behind that 3 car. Man, that's a lot of movement there. I don't know if that front end is damaged though or not. And you see more chaos happen behind them as a couple more cars hit the wall after they get by the wreck. So a lot of dominoes, a lot of cause and effect there.
Yeah, we're going to take a look on board the 93 here of Rabideau as he comes through the incident taking place right in front of him. You see him riding on that. Oh, and that's what caught out the other drivers. You had somebody getting caught up again on the apron. And because of how steep the banking is here at Daytona, if you flirt with that apron, it really is a one-way ticket to disaster.
Just like that, we're going to go back green with under 20 to go when a slew of drivers going into pit road for hopefully either damage fixing, or you might have to use that lone fast repair you have here in this LCQ. No more fast repairs the rest of the weekend here in the Podium 500. This is your last chance to use it, although no one wants to have to use it. This year's Podium 500 taking place over quite a few days. We had our heats on Wednesday and Thursday. We have all of our LCQs and duels today, and our Podium 500-mile race tomorrow at noon Eastern. 264 drivers entered the event. one will take home $1,000. This year's Podium 500 is brought to you by Eric Messer Photography, the official photographer of the Madhouse, Bowman Gray Stadium. Eric is open for freelance hires for any racing organization in the Carolinas and in Virginia. For more information, just visit his website at emphoto.com. Create memories, not just photos, and make people like me jealous when I see his pictures on Instagram and Twitter, because I do some photography, not much, and dear Lord, when I see his photos, I'm like, I want to do that. How do I do that?
You always have to have those people there for him. You still always have to have it, as they are inevitably going to come back and make you feel a little bit worse. But yeah, Eric, great photographer. Please check him out.
Yeah, and a big thank you to him for supporting the Podium 500 this year as we get ready for the 5th annual running of the event tomorrow at noon Eastern. Be sure to join us for that, as we have another great contest where someone is going to get a lot of money. Sim racing. Sim racing, man, you win $1,000 to win the race on Sunday. You earn at least $100 just to finish inside the top 10. Top 5, you're taking home $350 plus, man. So a lot to be earned, and that's in part why you see so much chaos and calamity through the intensity and urgency of these LCQs. You know it's your last opportunity to make the duels later today. We're kicking off around 2 p.m. Eastern time for our duels, and if you're not top 15 in this race, you're not going to the duels. You just need a chance. At Daytona, you just need a chance and that amount of skill to make the Podium 500. That's all you need. But if you don't finish top 15 here, your weekend's done.
Yes, it is. It truly is a last chance qualifier, the last chance to be able to get yourself into that position. Right now, the driver on the bubble looks to be Chris Schubert right now in P15. But as they form themselves back up here, hopefully we're going to have another good run of green flag racing here. See how this race fans out a little bit and see who is going to be able to move their way forward and hopefully get into those top 15 transfer positions.
Front row, Joshua Milam on the inside, Kevin Freeze on the outside, Ty Bass in row 2 with Lawson Peel, Tanner Long, Kent McCullough in row 3, Max Lang, Dennis Ansman, Brandon Key, and hopefully not with damage, we'll see Michael Gesch rounding out the top 10, Nathan Rabideau, Aaron Brown, Alan Wilson, Luis Calderon, and Peyton Tufflock. Those are your 15 transfers right now. Chris Schubert, Kenneth Riedinger, Dylan Thomas, Jamie Wright, Charles Feltz on the outside looking in. Outside lane goes flying. Milam on the outside group slides on board, and this outside lane is just blasphemous right now. What are they doing over there? Look at how spread out we are. What is going on? This is a much more chaotic racing segment than we had in LCQ number 1.
Very, very much so. Leaving Tanner Long there, the last driver to hook up, is the 3's now going to dive down to the inside, leave him out again. That was almost contact there between the two. More and more drivers abandoning that high lane, leaving the 28 out to dry.
Well, this is where you put yourself in position. We're going to go back to wide racing. It's not a matter of if, but when. Put yourself in position right here to get yourself in a good spot once that outside groove starts to reaccumulate. On board here with Dylan Thomas in the 30 machine. He has himself in the 14th position, battling alongside Tanner Long. Those are the last 2 spots in the transfer. Everyone behind that kind of light blue turquoise car and the white car are on the outside looking in. Up front, Milam continues to lead the point. Freeze and Peel behind him.
Up on the high lane, that looks to be Aaron Brown giving a little bit of a bump here to Dennis Ansman as they're going to try to get that working once again. If they're able to carry momentum, it looks like they're running tight and very good together. That should be some better running and some better speed up for that high lane as we take a look back through the field here. Everybody's starting to get a little bit more orderly.
McCullough jumped up the outside lane. Unfortunately, though, it really decimated the momentum of that lane. They fall back a couple of spots, and the 8 car giving a big push to the 3. They get all out of sorts. And that 8 car already looks like an RCR number 8, and then he's pushing number 3 car. I'm just saying, got some RCR happening in the outside group. They just cannot seem to find the momentum that the inside lane has. Also, Michael Guess a part of this as well in that outside lane, but they're just not moving right now.
No, they're really not, and McCullough is trying to get everything that he can here from that number 3 of Ansman as we ride on board with Justin Melio right now. He is going to be a little bit farther back in line. As you can see, almost flirting up with that outside safer barrier there. I think trying to get a little bit of the side draft to increase the momentum for this high line.
Malillo a part of that initial incident, and he got kind of the worst of that. He'll also be in the Monday Night Racing Championship event right here on Podium Esports on Monday, our dual broadcast with the Garage guys, and of course our normal broadcast crew as well. Be sure to join us on Monday night for that at 8 p.m. Eastern time. But right now, the top 5 having just the ability to sit back and relax. This is exactly what you want to see when you are racing in a money race like this where you need to transfer is nothing. You want to see nothing when you're inside that top 5.
Yeah, you do not want to see any of them around there at this point. That is really and truly what you want to be running is just that clean air in front of you. Milam doing a good job to be able to keep his way in position. That high lane still looking like it's bleeding. Cars here losing position as they run.
Some big movers right now. You have Kenneth Reedinger, started 34th. He's inside a transfer at 14th. Right behind him, the biggest mover of the evening, started dead last, Dylan Thomas. Started 38th. He's on the very last spot to make it inside the Podium 500. 14 laps to go. The Podium 500 duel, I should say. Top 15 enter the duels that will happen later this afternoon.
Yeah, and it looks like that 15th position kind of bouncing back and forth right now between Avila and Dylan Thomas as they come through turns 3 and 4. Again, it's going to take a little bit to try to sort themselves out a little bit, trying to see what they can do. Coming now into the tri-oval, a lot of movement up on that high side, it has to be said.
And after the top 5, we're single file in that inside groove. We finally have a little bit of mixing and meleeing happening in this front group. Milam continues to lead the way on the outside with Freeze pushing him. On the inside lane, that's Lawson Peel with help from Ty Bass. In that outside groove getting all out of sorts now. We talked about earlier, staying in a straight line, not having people flanking left and right. That's going to help these lanes through this 25-mile-per-hour headwind down the back straightaway move forward as the middle lane making some moves. That's Michael Guest in the 2311 Toyota Camry down the middle.
Yeah, and he's going to get a little bit of help there, but I'm not sure how long it's going to last for him. Guest is now going to try to move his way up into the high lane and try to get it, but the 3 and the 8 going to make that near impossible as the 31's now hooked up, and Guest is going to be left out to dry through the tri-oval.
On board, and just look how little room there is, and he squeezes his way into a spot. I don't know how he was able to fill that comfortably. He actually has to force himself back out into the middle and slides back in. Boy, that was awfully close. On board here and looking inside the real-world Cleveland Cavaliers cockpit of Dennis Ansman. And Donovan Mitchell looks really good right now as a Cavalier, but right now he's looking really good in that 4th position. And again, single file, this time in the outside lane.
Yeah, single file in the outside lane. They've got about 4 or 5 cars in hand over the low lane here at this point. Again, moving around a little bit with the buffeting from the wind, but it looks like momentum's going to carry along here at this point. And now they come in through the tri-oval, trying to keep everything together as we cross over 11 laps to go here in this second LCQ.
The outside groove just continues to slither down the straightaways, and it gives you a little bit of a rude awakening as you catch up to the rear bumper of the car in front of you, but the inside groove just has not been able to get up and contest with Milam and Freeze. Peel continues to lead the way in that inside groove, getting pushed by Ty Bass, but they just cannot seem to find any breakaway speed here to get themselves out front.
No, they really can't. And, you know, we were talking about the low lane being the place to be not too long ago. Now it certainly looks like it is that low lane that is gaining back the momentum as the high lane had an advantage there for a little bit. Lawson Peel on the number 36. Going to be getting a nice little run around here, waiting to see from Ty Bass if he's going to be able to give him a little bit of a shove into the corner. Yes, it does indeed look like he gave him just the nearest of bumps. We ride on board right now with Justin as he tries to make that middle lane work.
And it's working somehow, and right now this is the battle for the transfer spot. Top 15 will move on, and they got way too out of shape there in the middle groove, and they're going to just send the parachute out, go backwards. Dylan Thomas in the number 30 machine right now. He has himself in that 15th and final transfer spot. Snyder is in 14th, Avila is in 13th, but they are still under attack, and now someone is attacking the wall. Jimmy Reynolds David Sheets, it looked like, got onto the wall there.
Yeah, there the two cars sort of suctioned together, as it were. The 21 having that problem, not really able to get away. Let's go back and take a look at the replay here. I think this is really a result of just this 3 wide going on here, and you can't be running 3 wide for all that long.
Push, 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 trying to get Malillo. Guest jumps in front of Malillo and just floated a little bit too much in turn 3 and wallops the 07 car into the outside safer barrier. That brings us under caution with under 10 laps to go in this final LCQ of the Podium 500. On board David Sheets again. This is how fast it happens, and he's not even a part of the incident.
No, and I don't know how he wasn't a part of that incident, as there's the contact in front of him. I guess he did get a little bit of a tag, yeah.
That 21 car has got to at least take him out to dinner and a movie first before he gets that intimate with the wall in that car right there. But nonetheless, they're going to have to go and take a fast repair and get themselves reset, because we're going to go green with just more than 5 laps to go to decide which 15 drivers will tag the back of duel number 2 later around 3 p.m. Eastern time. A lot of great partners that we get to work with here at Podium Esports and that support this organization. And of course, this tremendous Podium 500, and that includes Boosted.biz. They create custom platforms for your brand to sell your products, and they take care of the whole process. You pay nothing out of pocket and grow your brand while they handle the logistics. From everything between website creation, custom logo or designing, shipping and handling, customer service, production, and of course, high quality product inventory. Boosted.biz is where you need to go to start building your brand. Visit Boosted.biz. Start building that brand today. So the wind has been a factor, most certainly, at 25, 26 miles per hour. Right now, our weather is based on real-life Daytona conditions and predictions forecasts during its very rainy and crazy time. Under iRacing, this is technically partly cloudy conditions under iRacing. And in this LCQ, last time that we will have these rules, of course, this is a 30-lap sprint race of just 75 miles. We do have a maximum 1 green and white checkered attempt if we so need it. We didn't need it during LCQ 1, believe it or not. Unlimited tire sets, and also a 17-point incident limit. If you reach that incident limit, you are disqualified from the service. We saw one driver who was fighting for that top 15 get kicked out because of that. All other drivers who do not make the top 15, their weekend and their attempt at the Podium 500 comes to a close.
Yeah, and that's really going to amp up the pressure here for a lot of these drivers, especially, as you said here, Devin, with only about 5 laps left to go when we come back to the green flag. So I think for a lot of these drivers that are farther down the order, we may see a little bit more aggression as they try to work their way forward. And I was surprised in the last running. I thought for sure we were going to end under yellow with everything that we saw. They proved me wrong. Let's hope we can get another good green flag run to the end.
Yeah, that was our longest green flag run of LCQ number 1, was when I thought we were going to go to a green, white, checkered finish, and we, in fact, did not have to worry about that. So we'll see what to watch here as we get ready for our final. We're going to go green with about 6 laps to go here. Lawson Peel is going to be leading us back to the green flag here. The way the timing and scoring worked out is that caution came out, and Ty Bass, who was pushing him, will restart to the outside of him now. Joshua Milam will now start in the 3rd position with Kevin Fries in P4. Max Lane started 13th. He starts in 5th on this restart. Kenneth McCullough will restart in the P6 position. Nathan Rabideau started on the outside looking in. He's in 7th. Dennis Ansman in P8. Alan Wilson, one of our big chargers right now, he's 28th to 9th. Aaron Brown, that same margin, 29th to 10th. Kenneth Redinger, another big mover, started 34th. He is in 11th. Payson Tolik started 19th. Now in 12th, another big mover by 20 spots. Johnny Avila started 33rd. He's in 13th. Dylan Thomas started dead last. He's in 14th. Michael Guest started 24th. He's in 15th. Those are your current qualifiers in the top 15 to move on to the duels. Heath Snyder started 35th. He's 1 spot on the outside. Justin Malillo started 4th. He's back in 17th. Chris Sherbert in P18. Tanner Long 19th. Luis Calderon in 20th as we get ready to go back to the green flag.
And we're going to work our way around here. My question's going to be is if we're going to see another big checkup like we saw on that high lane the last time around, or if we're going to see a little bit more of an even start from all of these drivers. But one way or the other, we are coming out of turn 4 right now, trying to see what they are able to do as we get ready to go back under green flag racing.
Heel on the inside, Bass on the outside. Pace car rips off. We go green with 6 laps to go in the final LCQ of the Podium 500. This time, to the dismay of the inside lane, the outside group has themselves wickedly composed. Heel and Bass able to get together again. They leave this outside lane. Joshua and Milo leading the inside, and they are falling backwards like a rock right now.
Yeah, they really are losing a lot of position, although the bump there from Lang in that number 6 should help build a little bit more momentum. Now they've just got to get themselves in a little bit neater of an order. You see a couple of cars drifting up the track a little bit more, trying to hold things together and moving this way and that. We got a car poking its nose to the inside. That's not going to help momentum down in the low groove.
That's Justin Malillo. He was holding on to the final transfer spot. He makes a move and he gets turned. Big wreck right at the transfer spot. Michael Guest also involved in this one.
Multiple drivers involved as we take a look at exactly what happened on the replay here at this point. You heard us talk about Malillo trying to move that line. I think here as they came through the tri-oval, I think I may have seen that car drift up ever so slightly. No, it was a car above him. Yeah, Guest came down on him.
Guest saw the momentum. I don't know how Malillo was able to find that much speed in the middle by himself. Guest sees what's happening. And at this point, there's a bit of a tailwind coming from the left rear of the car, so I don't think that it was a stop by, oh, they get a big checkup here. He sees Malillo going. Malillo had to check up for the car in front of him, and Guest grabs onto the right rear corner of Malillo, and that causes this ricochet across the back end of the field.
Yeah, and a big ricochet, the domino effect coming into play as we take another look. This will be a great angle from that blimp cam. You can see the run from Malillo, and then that little bit of a touch there from Guest, and that's going to tag it all up. Good job for the drivers up in the high lane to avoid getting into a bigger problem there, but a couple of the lower lane drivers taken out.
So that actually there was a pretty wild domino effect. Malillo was in the middle lane. Guest got tapped from the rear end just enough to make him squirrely. And if Malillo wouldn't have had to check up for the car in front of him, they probably actually would have got away with what happened. But Guest gets a little bit of a tag there. It tags Malillo, and we implode the middle of the field right at that 15th spot for the transfer. Well, we're getting ready for what's going to be a really fun Podium 500 tomorrow, Sunday, 2 p.m. Eastern time, or noon Eastern time, excuse me, 2 p.m. Eastern for the Duels today. Stick around. But noon Eastern tomorrow for the Podium 500. The fun doesn't stop on Sunday, though. Join us on Monday night for the Monday Night Racing Championship event. Coverage kicking off at 7 Eastern for a special 1-hour pre-race show, and then racing at 8 p.m. It's Monday Night Racing Season 6 Championship. The NASCAR Xfinity Machines at Homestead Miami Speedway. Watch its Championship 4 drivers Corey Heim, Chase Cabry, Adam Cabot, and last week's walk-off winner Layton Sabile compete for the Bob Jenkins Memorial Trophy. Coverage at 7 p.m. That will be live on Podium Esports Twitch and live on Eric Estep's YouTube channel as well. And be sure to check out a very special edition of our broadcast on Podium 2. That's going to be kind of a Manning-style kind of broadcast. If you guys like the Garage Guys, you're going to want to be on Podium 2 Monday at 8 Eastern. It's Chase and Dale Tanhart, the host of the Garage Guys podcast. Feature exclusive interviews and commentary with special guests, including NASCAR champion and former Fox TV analyst Darrell Waldrop himself will be joining the booth with the Garage Guys. So be sure to pull up both Podium 2 and Podium Esports Twitch channels and enjoy the exclusive all-access coverage of the most exciting championship event on iRacing. And on top of that, we're talking about Daytona right now. The Daytona 500 coming up in 8 days' time in Daytona Beach. The biggest granddaddy of them all, the Great American Race. And in that Monday Night Racing event, we're going to have numerous drivers who will be racing in the real-world Daytona weekend. Robbie Lyons is going to be racing in ARCA. Of course, Anthony Alfredo and Garrett Smithley are regulars in Monday Night Racing. They'll be in the NASCAR Xfinity Series race. And we got a handful of others, real-life racing drivers and real-life industry members who will be in Daytona to cover the 500 or race in the 500, who will be racing Monday night in that MNR championship event, including this guy right here. His luck has not been here today. I'm sure Justin can hear me, but luck has not been the name of the game in Monday Night Racing this season or right now in this race, but still right now in P16 after that contact with the wall, still a chance to put himself into the Podium 500 duels if he can get that 15th position. And we do in fact have a green, white, checkered finish here because of that caution. So Duel 2 looked the cleanest, but it's the only one that's going to get a green, white, checkered of our two LCQs here.
Yes, it will, and this will mean that we will finish with whatever flag is flown as they work their way around, trying to see what they are able to get. But yeah, I think we're going to see a lot of movement around there in that 15th place position. A lot of drivers trying to push their way forward. I would hope here that what we've seen is that we'll see incidents kind of take place after a lap or so of green flag running. So I think we may be able to stay clean in green here and get ourselves around to get that white flag. Let's hope we do.
Peel, Bass, Nicola, Freeze, Ansman, your top 5. Milam, Lang, Brown, Rabideau. Reedinger, your top 10. Final 5 cars in are Alan Wilson, Johnny Avila, Tanner Long, Hayden Tolick, and Charles Feltz. On the outside looking in, Justin Malillo, Chris Sherbert, Justin Champagne, Hamilton Acousby, who has not been up front because he was involved in a first lap incident, Gavin Jones, Jamie Wright, Tyler Grinnell with the donut, the tropical t-shirt on. We will have a green, white, checkered finish. The race will come to a close with either the caution flag or the checkered flag. 15 more cars will enter duel number 2 of the Podium 500, hoping to qualify for Sunday's great race, turn $1,000. Lawson Peel takes the green, back underway for our only green, white, checkered attempt. And we have the caution out, and that's going to freeze the field.
Yes, it is, and that's for the number 31 machine. That's Dakota Curtis there that appears to be the reason for the yellow at this point.
Take a look back. Massive checkup, and a few guys trying to go, and that's how the race is going to end.
Yeah, just that checkup really up and down through the field. You saw Dakota getting kind of pushed and prodded here, doing everything that he could do to be able to hold on to that number 31, get it pointed the right way, and just eventually it took too many hits and the car got sideways there and into the side of that orange machine.
A little bit of chaos there. I think he restarted inside the transfer spot. So it's going to mean heartbreak for Charles Feltz, who I thought was 15th coming to the restart, and he's going to end up 16th. One spot out for Charles Feltz, as this will be the order that we will come to the checkered flag in. Peel, Bass, Freeze, McCullough, Milam, Ansman, Lange, Brown, Reedinger, Rabideau. Nothing really moved around there inside your top 10. Final 5 cars in, Alan Wilson, Johnny Avila, Peyton Toluk, and Justin Malillo slithered his way on that restart inside the top 15 to finish 14th. And Chris Sherbert also finds his way in, and he will start at the tail end of duel number 2 with a chance to make the 40-car Podium 500. Checkered flag, the LCQs come to a close.
A little bit of an anticlimactic ending there, it has to be said, but I think for those top 15 drivers, they're going to be thanking their lucky stars, particularly Malillo there, being able to sneak his way up forward, Justin to be able to be in 14th place, but still more work to do as they go. They are not in the dance here at this point. They still have to get their way through the duels.
We talked about the heartbreak in the last race when Jansak did not make it. Another name that is going to be missed in the Podium 500 this year, Michael Guest will not be racing for the $1,000 here the Podium 500 on Sunday. A look at your final finishing order, top 15. Move on to our duels later this afternoon at 3 p.m. Eastern for Duel 2, 2 p.m. Eastern for Duel 1. But tag in the back of Duel 2, Lawson Peel, Ty Bass, Kevin Freeze, Kenneth Nicola, Joshua Milam, Dennis Ansman, Max Lang, Aaron Brown, Kenneth Reedinger, Nathan Rabideau, Alan Wilson, Johnny Avila, Peyton Tulloch, Justin Malillo, and Chris Sherbert. Everyone else going home, DJ.
Yes, they are, and that's going to be a very, very long walk home for them. I think the biggest name, as you said, Guest, certainly going to be one, but thankfully here, Devin, we are not done yet. At just about the top of the hour, it looks like we're going to be coming back and getting ready to go racing here for these final two duels.
That's right, we are going to have ourselves the duels coming up for the Podium 500 to decide which 40 drivers will move on and have a chance to fight for $1,000. The 2023 fifth annual running of the Podium 500. 40 drivers in each of our duels. We will be back right around 1:55 Eastern. Until then, we're going to keep the stream up. So be sure to stick around. We'll have some music for you or whatever, and we'll be back at 1:55 Eastern and kick off our opening duel to set our order for this year's Podium 500. Glad to have you along for the ride here tonight. I am Devin Henry, DJ Clark alongside me in the booth. Everything under the direction of our producer, Ryan Bauer today, Cameron Aubernon, running all of our Podium social media here today. Be sure to stick around. We will be back just a little bit. 1:55 Eastern, we kick off our opening duel, the Podium 500. 264 drivers entered, and now we set our field down to the final 40 with a chance to win $1,000 tomorrow in the 5th annual running of the Podium 500. Through the LCQs, through all the battles, through a lot of the cautions, and through a lot of learning with 25-mile-per-hour wind gusts, and of course the urgency, the pressure, the intensity of the LCQs. If you got top 15, congratulations. You now advance on to not the Podium 500. You advance on to the Duels. You're not done yet. No one's done yet. No one is locked into the Podium 500. In order to make the race, you have to finish top 20 in our next 2 events. 80 cars enter, 40 will walk away with a chance to win $1,000. It sounds like a game show, right? Glad to have you along for the ride here in the Podium 500 weekend. We had our heat races on Wednesday and Thursday. We just finished our LCQs, and now we go into the Podium 500 Duels. Devin Henry here alongside DJ Clark. Ryan Bowers behind the scenes making all the magic happen, pushing all the buttons for us. And buttons, I think, are going to get pushed on track as well with different drivers because 60 laps, this is where it all comes down to, first of all, not needing a fast repair because you don't have any. You're done. So you got to be able to execute, stay out of trouble, be in the top 20. And of course, biggest thing of all, not let Daytona eat you. By staying out of trouble, it's not just the cars around you, it's the track around you, it's the weather happening right now. There's so many variables against you, DJ, and that's what makes Daytona so much fun.
Yeah, it certainly does, and you read my mind. The big talking point coming here into the Duels, no more fast repairs. So a lot of those incidents that we've seen, we're not going to see drivers being able to get back out on track. They're going to have to manually try to get any repair that they can done. If we see a big one take out a majority of the field, that could change things around, but I think what that's mainly going to mean is that if you get yourself into an incident, that is day done, and indeed weekend done, and you're going to be going home early. So I think we're going to see a little bit more restraint out of these drivers than we've seen in the LCQs earlier today.
So you probably know Daytona. You might have not been here, though, for our opening segment. So let's go ahead and take a look at Daytona once again, this 2.5-mile oval that is actually, like, I don't know, a little more than an hour from MCO and Disney World and Universal, about 45 minutes east of Illusia Park. So, yeah, everyone knows this track pretty well.
Yeah, everybody knows it here pretty well as well. 2.5 miles, 31-degree high banks around the corner, 18 degrees through the tri-oval. Pit speed limit, we're not really going to have to start worrying about that until a little bit later, but it looks like here that 2 wide has been the way to go all the way around the track as they hold on to everything. We've seen a couple of drivers try to make it 3 wide, but that hasn't exactly ended all that well.
And a fresh set of rules here, a little bit different than our earlier LCQs, DJ, including $221 to take the checkered flag in this race.
Yeah, big prizes on the line. 3 green-white checker attempts for the Duels. Fixed setup, as we said, and we're going to raise that incident limit up a little bit. It will be up to 25. We are getting official confirmation, by the way, that they shouldn't be able to make it a full 60 laps on stops here at this point, without stops, rather. So we're probably going to see somebody coming down into pit lane.
We did see 1 year ago, there were green flag pit stops in the Duels. And it meant a lot as to how the field shook out on that sequence and put everyone in position to be inside the top 20 to make the Podium 500. We do have dynamic weather on right now, but it's all based on what's going on in real world Daytona Beach. 65 degrees outside, partially cloudy, track temperature up to 80 degrees. Winds are still absolutely gusting to the west at 25 miles per hour, humidity at 58%. So again, fighting what is essentially a headwind coming at you from the right side down the back straightaway and into turn 3, a tailwind blowing at your left rear tire is what these drivers are facing down the front straightaway and into the tri-oval. So boy, there's just a lot at stake. There's money here in this race. Top 20 go to the Podium 500, and you're racing in conditions that I don't think many of these drivers have really seen before at a super speedway.
No, you really and truly haven't seen it. And again, it's just one of those big things that's going to catch you out and what's going to separate these drivers from one another. Who is best able to adapt to everything as this comes up quickly?
Well, it's time to meet your field for duel number 1 of the Podium 500, the top 20 advance to the Podium 500. Jordan Corrin will be on the front row and leading us to the green flag. Alongside of him, Christopher Robertson. Braden Wind will start off in P3. Alongside him is Andrew Cody. Daniel Everhart will round out the top 5. He'll be inside of row 3 alongside of William Schmidt. In row number 4, Derek Justice will be alongside Josh Ball. Someone who will be competing here next Friday night in Real World Daytona, Rajah Caruth will start in the 9th position. Parker Collins rounds out our top 10, DJ.
In 11th, it's going to be Alex Link, followed by Jason Maines with David Robertson and Casey Kerwin, defending eNASCAR Coca-Cola champion, starting off 14th. Matthew Stelnecht is going to be 15th, followed by Hayes Booth, then Danny Eichland and Raul Alves. Dylan Alt lines up 19th, and Matthew Dula rounds out your top 20.
NG Kibbs, Kenny Kibbe will start off in P21. Cody Niegels in the 22nd position. Garrett Conrath lines up on the inside of row 12. David Duke will be alongside him. Preston Levine will start off in P25. This is our group coming in from our LCQ earlier. Daniel Holloway, who finished second in that race, will start in the 26th position. Austin Green starts 27th. Adam Martin in P28. In row 15, made up of Spencer Burns and Rick Sidebrands.
Starting off in 31st position, it's going to be Andrew Payne, followed by Colin Keister. Then it will be Brady Floyd and Adam Cabot. Justin Knobloch will be in 35th, followed by Kyle Urbanek. Then Brett Pancari, Hunter Geoghegan, and Jackson Carr round out your 39-car grid.
All right, so earlier, DJ, you were preaching patience in a 30-lap race. Are you doing the same here in a 60-lap race where the top 20 have a chance at $1,000 and also $221 to win this race?
I am exactly keeping on the same tune, banging the same drum here in this race, Devin. I'm nothing if not stubborn. But you've got to be patient. Much more time to go. Pit stops coming into the equation here. Be calm, be collected. Don't do anything that's going to put anybody else around you at risk of getting into trouble. Just keep yourself forward, keep yourself focused, and that should see you to the end of the race.
On board with the pole sitter, who will bring us to green to decide the first 20 spots in the Podium 500. Jordan Korn in first, Christopher Robertson in second, and I apologize to Christopher in advance because I will call him Christopher Robinson at some point. Ready to decide the first 20 drivers locked into the Podium 500, 60 laps, 150 miles. Duel 1 is underway. Theatrics in the back of the pack as they slam the wall, coming back to complete the first lap. Similar to LCQ when we are under caution on lap number 1.
Yes, we are, and there you see a couple of the victims making their way across the grass right now. An unfortunate coming together. I think a little bit of what we saw earlier, just miscommunication when it comes to moving up and down on the lane. We follow the number 20 machine right now as they bring their way through. That's Matthew Dula in the middle, and yep, there's that big fan out that you see everybody just trying to avoid it as much as possible.
Keister got pummeled into the wall, coming to pit road speed and then decides to slide on off. And this is the group from the LCQ who had a lot of cautions. Keister kind of got low there, might have tagged the car to the inside, and that ticks off our first caution of the night. No fast repairs. So everyone who got damaged there, you are praying that it's going to get fixed on pit road and you're not going to have aero damage, but anytime that you're in an incident, there's a good chance that your night might already be over. On board here from Gary.
Yeah, we're right on board with him. He was one of those drivers lucky enough to be able to move down to the inside. You see there a little bit of a cut across the grass, but he is going to be able to avoid pretty much everything else as they go. So good move there for Pancari. That'll see him be able to lock in at 35th position, exactly where he started out, so no change. One big news here is that Keister is down in pit lane. Looks like he's taking repairs.
Yeah, he's going to need some repairs, but just how hard he hit that outside wall. You see the damage to the right side of that E-Racer Chevy Camaro there. He started in the back. He's going to be driving in the back and just hoping that he doesn't have any aero damage here once we go back green. It is a fairly long race, so we're going to go back green with about 55 laps to go. Still opportunities here to get himself in position to find himself in that top 20 so long as he doesn't have too much damage.
Yeah, that's what he's going to be hoping for. He's going to be hoping for a little bit of misfortune from those around him as we see a big heaping of drivers in the back of the field. I like this. I like this move. Taking a pit stop here, getting themselves a little bit off cycle. That's a smart move if you're farther back down.
Well, why not? Because just go top off. You know that you're not going to be able to go a full fuel run in these 60 laps, so just top off here and get ready for this next stint, which is hopefully longer. One of our good partners here at Podium Esports includes Boosted.biz. Boosted builds a custom platform for your brand to sell your products. They take care of the entire process and you pay nothing out of pocket to grow your brand while they handle all the logistics. They create websites, create custom logos or designs. They take care of shipping and handling, customer service, production, and of course have their high quality product inventory. Visit Boosted.biz to start building your brand today. And when we look at this field here, DJ, we have a pretty solid group of drivers. The I rating for this event here in this opening LCQ is 3,929. That's the strength of field, almost 4,000. And this field also includes the duel winners from 2021. Derek Justice and Casey Kerwin took those honors back in 2021. And then Casey also took the duel last year as well. So Kerwin with an opportunity to take home his third consecutive duel victory here in the Podium 500. Right now he sits in the 12th position.
Well, I think for Casey here, what he wants to do is just try to keep himself calm and collected. Make sure you're in that top 20. Obviously, you want to try to qualify a little bit better. And the same is true here for Parker Collins right now in that number 10 machine at about 9th or 10th place position. I think what you really want to do is just keep yourself calm. Just keep yourself in that top 10. Bring your way up forward. If you see an opportunity presenting itself, certainly go for it and try to make that move. But no need to get too aggressive. You're not trying to win this race necessarily. All you're trying to do is advance on into the main event tomorrow night.
Lightning McCurwin will restart on the outside lane in row number 6. On board here with Spencer Burns driving the 06 machine. This is one of the drivers who right now is sitting on the cut line. 20th on the dot. In front of Garrett Conrath, Justin Levine, Haynes Booth, Dawson Green, David Duke, Austin Payne, Daniel Holloway, all guys who want to get inside that top 20 and have a chance to fight in the Podium 500. We'll go back green flag racing with 56 laps to go in our opening duel of the afternoon. One more duel coming up. Hey, Bucky's. David Duke, the 58 car, has Bucky's on the car here today. Hey, that's smart. He's even got a switch on there. I haven't seen that before on our cameras. It's a very smart move there. So David, he's going to have himself in that number 58 car restart on the outside in the 24th position. One of the drivers just on the outside looking in as we get ready to go back green. Jordan Corrin on the inside, Christopher Robertson on the outside to bring us back to the green flag here. 56 to go. 20 cars make the Podium 500. Back underway here in Daytona. Robertson with a magical jump, and Andrew Cooney is there to get himself even further forward. Robertson will relinquish that spot, head on over to the inside lane. Andrew Cooney, he'll take the lead here. William Schmidt not far behind.
Not too far behind us. Look at that momentum up on the high side really coming into play. Call it 3, 4, almost 5 car lengths of an advantage as we've got another yellow out on track.
This time we get half a lap of green. This is right around the transfer spot as everyone shakes and bakes to get out of the way here. One car sliding through the grass as everyone panicked to get out of the way. Again, more chaos and calamity right around that 20th position.
Yeah, and this is David Duke there that we follow in the number 58 machine, the number 9 up ahead of him. Let's watch a little bit of a concertina, a little bit of coming together off of the corner as everybody checks themselves up. And there you see the spinner in front. I think that was Brett Pancari that was just able to get by. I heard him coming out over the radio. Duke as well doing a fantastic job to avoid major damage there.
The seas parted for Bucky there.
Yes, they did.
Take a look a little bit further there. that's where the incident starts, is a move on the outside lane, and then more cars get piled up.
Take a look a little farther up in the field. Oh, that was a move there by the 42, I believe. That is going to be Keister, who was back out on track. If that number convention is right, that's Colin Keister that made that error.
I believe that's still an alt. They don't have to have their numbers perfect to what iRacing has. It looks like he might have been trying to get out of the way, because we saw that massive accordion beginning there on the inside lane. He might try to get out of the way and bolster too far to the right, and that's where the contact happens. We go back under caution. Just listen in here. David Duke, I don't even know if he turned the wheel here. On board here, goes through this wreck down the back straightaway. It looks beautiful. Oh, man, that's fun.
Oh, that may be fun for us to watch, but I guarantee you from behind the wheel, David is not a happy camper, as that was way too close of a call for him.
A little bit tight there, and so at the very least, they'll be able to reset a number of cars on pit road, some for damage repair, and some in the back, again, like we talked about earlier, just trying to get themselves topped back up. And by the way, we were talking about Colin Keister after his damage in that initial caution flag. His Podium 500 comes to a close with his damage.
Yeah, that's going to be a big damage there to him. Again, seeing more drivers coming back down into pit lane, guys like, or names like Kibbe, Punkari, Niegels, Holloway, drivers that I don't believe were involved in that incident at all, just trying to take a little bit of extra time here in pit lane, get that top up of fuel. Again, if you're running back in the back of this order, I like that call. That's going to give you options later on in this race.
This year's Podium 500 brought to you by Eric Messer Photography, the official photographer of the Madhouse, Bowman Gray Stadium. Eric is open for freelance hires for any racing organization in the Carolinas and Virginia. For more information, just visit his website at emphoto.com. Create memories, not just photos. In fact, I was scrolling through Twitter. We talked about earlier, DJ, how like I see his photos and I'm like, dude, really? Like, you don't gotta make me feel that bad about myself, man. I don't think I'm that bad of a photographer, but man, that stuff just looks so good. If you want to take a look at just some of his, I guess portfolio, I'll call it, just go to his Twitter page, at Eric Messer. You have his name right there on the bottom hand corner of the screen, Eric_Messer. And he just posted, let's see here, we got modifieds. We have Daytona from 2 years ago. We have, looks like high school football. We have baseball. Yeah, he's got a few good pictures there on the portfolio from a few different disciplines. So be sure to check him out. If you guys need any sort of photographer from Carolinas or Virginia, or if you're a big spender, I'm sure he wouldn't mind if, you know, you were to pay him to go somewhere and shoot photos too. You know, any inquiries, no obligation. Just send an email, visit the website, DM him. That's all.
Yeah, that's all you got to do, and always good to support a great local photographer like him, and certainly want to see you be able to do that. And massive thank you as well to the company and to Eric for sponsoring Podium.
We're going to have 52 laps to go. That means we still have 130 miles left in this opening duel. Be sure to stick around. Immediately after duel number 1, we kick off duel number 2. Essentially what duel number 1 is doing, we take the top 20 cars in this race. Wherever they finish is what row they will start in the inside lane of tomorrow's Podium 500. Chance to win $1,000 tomorrow at noon Eastern. Duel number 2, their finishing order will make up the outside row of the Podium 500. So they're going to have themselves a lot to think about, because if we keep going under caution, there's nothing worse than the anxiousness of sitting under caution, being around 20th, and just knowing I'm so close to having a shot at being in that Podium 500 on Sunday.
Yeah, very much is, and now it's time to put the rubber on the road as we get ready to go back to green flag racing.
Cootie and Smith, trying to throw an H in there. They take the field back to green. Cootie goes straight up the racetrack. And watch out now, because Rajah Caruth is going to lead that inside lane, but similar to what we saw in LCQ2, the inside lane just kind of diminishes.
Yeah, really fell off the back there. Jordan Corrin slotting into line behind the number 12 of Jason Maines. Now it looks like they've got a little bit of momentum working for them, as they're also going to have Christopher Robertson working his way along, trying to hook up there on the low lane. Now it looks like the 90 of Daniel Eberhardt is thinking about moving down low, and he's going to take Casey Kerwin with him.
Keep an eye on the 2021 Podium 500 champion and last year's eNASCAR Coca-Cola iRacing Series titleist. Making his way to the front, he sits in P2 right now in that white and red number 95, pushing Daniel Eberhardt to lead this lap.
And they've got a little bit of a breakaway here from the number 9 of Andrew Cootie. Now Cootie's going to be able to close himself back up a little bit more as they work their way into turn 1. Still that low lane, not getting the momentum they'd quite like.
Carruth trying to do whatever he can to lead that inside lane. Jason Maines giving him a massive shove, but they just cannot find the momentum to get themselves forward. Jordan Corrin, who started on the front row of this race, he currently sits in 9th. He's trying to make that 3-pack on the inside lane, gain some momentum, but looking off the rear bumper of Andrew Cootie, you can see that inside lane just not gaining ground right now.
Yeah, it's just not moving here at this point. I think that's a little bit because of the spacing there in the line. They just can't get themselves hooked up, can't get it all to play. They need a couple more cars to be at the back right now. This looks like Kerwin and Eberhardt, they're continuing to work well up at the front of the field, and that's exactly what I was talking about earlier, Devin, is finding those moments where you can be aggressive, and that's exactly what Casey did. Not a good move there for David Duke, though, as the 17 just kind of got him up into the wall a little bit.
Boy, that was tight as he got up into the wall there. Bucky Jesus, I guess I'll call him as well. I guess Jesus is Parking Waters. But anyway, Bucky Moses right here in the 58 car, trying to work his way and get himself inside that top 20 and find himself a spot. In the Podium 500, he sits 22nd, so that transfer spot immediately in front of him right now as he continues to watch this pack in front of him. And there's only so many moves that you can make when you race at a super speedway. There's the lane changing and line dancing. There's trying to funnel through the middle, but you can't do anything if you don't have friends. Occasionally, if you have momentum and a lucky hole somewhere, you can slide in there, but every single move has to be so calculated when you're racing at a super speedway, and particularly in these Gen 7 cars.
Yeah, you've got to be very, very careful and very, very precise. It's a little bit of a contradiction. You think that these NASCARs are big and can be able to take a bit of a beating, but that's not true. The aerodynamic sensitivity of these cars is so minute. It is so absolutely dialed in perfectly. You can't be running the risk of bouncing off the walls or anything like that. And indeed, we talk about momentum. We talk about that aero push that you get from the cars, and you can see with not a lot of drivers down in the low lane, that aerodynamic problem is starting to play out. As now we've got another taker, though, looking like they're going to come down onto the low line.
That's Raja Carruth. He's playing some games right now in that Sunoco number 24 machine. He's going up to the top lane, trying to get a lick of that draft, and then pulling back down to the bottom, trying to find any sort of momentum as that outside lane sizzles out behind them. Bit of a stack up there, but Carruth is just trying to do whatever he can to give some momentum as someone's trying to shoot the middle here. Looks like that is going to be Spencer Burns. Carruth wants to pick him up in the middle, and he gets left out to dry.
Oh, Roger going to find himself falling down through the order here, barely able to get a position right in front of Christopher Robertson, and he's going to be able to get themselves back in order here now with no problem.
Carruth again going to shoot the middle, trying to find a way around Jordan Corrin. The two drivers who started on the front row right now getting squeezed down to the yellow line. That's Corrin in that gray machine, and behind him in the Hot Wheels, number 99, Christopher Robertson. They started on the front row. They now reside in 14th and 16th. Just on the inside, you're looking on board inside of the real-world cockpit of Jordan Corrin, and you see the laser focus even off the glaring glasses there as he gives a massive shove to Carruth. You got to be careful pushing the pusher, but if you know what you're doing, you can give a bit of a bump here and there. Look out, how about this from the LCQ, Justin Levine making his way down the middle.
And he's going to be having hooked up there with David Duke as they go. Now it looks like the number 1, I think that's Josh Ball, getting caught out to dry a little bit as he's going to find himself falling down through the order.
No one can make that inside groove work. Carruth has tried countless times sliding from the top to the bottom. You still have Maines trying to work that. Raul Alves right now is leading the inside lane. They just cannot find momentum, and this is something in the real world and even in iRacing when these Gen 7 cars came out. If you can make just a really conservative yet thorough line where everyone is just straight in a line, powerful, not a lot of gaps, that outside lane can humble the inside group with the speed and the momentum that these guys have coming off the corners. You're not pinched on the bottom. So right now, with the amount of pros and the amount of successful drivers in this duel right now, a strength of field around 4,000 iRating, a lot of these guys see what's happening, get to the outside lane, and you're making passes right now if you're on the outside lane because no one can move in the inside group. Caruth continues to try to push 3 wide. He's trying to get a little bit of help, but again, these guys just are not able to move the inside lane forward.
David Duke gave him a little bit of a bump there. That's going to allow for Raja to be able to slot in front of the number 31 of Raul Alves, as now it looks like Duke is going to have to fall back down in the order. But again, just nothing happening there on that low lane. They really need to try to shape it up here and get that running. Duke finally going to be able to find an area to run into line there, as he's going to be back up on the high side. You can see just how slim pickings it is down on that low line again. Now more drivers trying to make that middle lane work as they pass a car sleeping in the dust. Roger Caruth's going to gain a couple of positions, but he's going to lose it back here almost immediately.
Caruth was getting a massive shove from Raul Alves, and they had themselves a little bit of a freight train going with that 2-car combo, but again, the parachutes come out, they fall backwards. Adam Cabot right now in the outside lane, the black and red number 17 machine, uses the 13th position. All of these guys just trying to maintain position. Top 20 will move on to the Podium 500. David Duke in the Bucky's Moses car on the outside lane. He holds the final transfer spot as they're 3 wide behind him.
3 wide behind. Now they're going to sort back into line. This is a little bit more of what I expected here out of the duel. A little bit more calm driving, a little bit more heads-up play. We're not seeing drivers really dart this way and that, trying to move their way up and down in the order. I think part of that is because of the weakness of the low line, although now I see Spencer Burns is going to hook up there, and he's going to get a nice little shove from Roger Caruth as they try to gain more momentum down on that low side.
The momentum's going to swing. It's going to have its different turns as we go through the race. Spencer Burns now leading that inside lane. They have themselves hooked up right now. Caruth stuck like glue on that bumper, and Burns gets a little bit wiggly. They find themselves with the lead car inside the top 5 now. Inside lane made up of Burns, Caruth, Alves. Stallneck, I believe, is there as well as Dylan Holt. So they're all trying to finally make this inside lane work, and it's working. You already see Daniel Everhart kind of peeking down a little bit in the inside on the outside lane. Here comes Spencer Burns. The inside group finally has their speed.
Well, you said it, Tevin. It's going to seesaw back and forth here a little bit, and now that that group is hooked up, it looks like it's working a treat. But Raul Alves has got to be careful. Almost a moment there of pushing the pusher of Roger Caruth. Thankfully backed off going into turn 1, and now that's going to lead them up, and a couple of drivers ducking up to the high line there, I think potentially to avoid that car coming out of pit lane, but that's going to give some more speed up to the top side.
I think that was a very deliberate idea there by Roger Caruth. He's been fighting to make that inside lane work for basically the past 15 laps. When he finally got the chance to just shoot up and take control of this race, he absolutely took it. And now he's line dancing a little bit here as he goes back and forth between the top lane and the inside lane. We'll see if that inside groove without Raja leading or pushing can continue to hold this momentum, as Alves has himself on the rear bumper of Caruth right now. But still, Spencer Burns still strong on that inside groove. He has Parker Collins pushing behind him.
Yeah, and I like what Caruth is doing here. He's basically just seeing who's got the faster line and jumping over to run with them one way or the other. As now they're going to come out of the corner here, and it looks like that high lane's going to get a little bit more momentum. Ooh, almost 4 cars pushing one another. That was very close.
Inside groove beginning to decapitate themselves. You see all the massive gaps right now in the inside lane. The outside a bit more composed. They're able to get some momentum there. Caruth puts a stop to it, and right now Raja Caruth, the real-life NASCAR Truck Series driver, is putting himself in an ample position to control the pace of this race.
Yeah, he certainly is, just doing what he can here at this point, and now we start to see that high lane coming into play again. Raja Caruth playing this to perfection. Very, very good running from all of them as they continue to go too wide. It looks like everybody's kind of been dissuaded here at this point from running that third line.
Caruth, a real-life driver, part-time schedule for Alpha Prime Racing this year and last. Full-time this season for GMS Racing, the NASCAR Truck Series. I was able to talk to him on Monday, and he told me, I'll see you in Phoenix on that championship stage. I said, buddy, I'll see you there then. So He's got high expectations for himself in the real world. He'll be racing here in just a few days' time in the real world, hoping to kick off what he hopes to be a great beginning to his full-time NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series career. For now, though, he's got two of the best in sim racing trying to overtake him on the inside lane, and then the gray 90, Daniel Eberhardt pokes a nose out. He's being pushed by the defending Coke Series champion, Casey Kerwin. Lap traffic on the way.
And how are they going to deal with this? Hopefully that lapped car is going to pull off down to the inside. That's exactly what's going to happen, but that's going to be a little bit of close running for some of the drivers farther up in the field. I'd say about half or so of the top 20 are going to be able to clear at that number 34 by the time they get down into the corner. And it looks like our leaders are going to be able to stay in that perfect two-wide formation.
This time by, it will just be 38 laps to go. The magical 95 miles remaining in this race. You know Casey Kerwin likes that number. He's liking the high groove. He gets tapped, though. Cootie got into him, garooped into the wall almost. They're able to keep their composure, though. They'll spread out a bit, but no major casualties there.
No major casualties, but that is an absolutely hair-raising moment if you are Raja Caruth. That was almost ending in tears. I'm pretty sure he brushed the outside wall a little bit, but it looks like they've been able to settle everything back down now here at this point. Good bumps up on the high lane. Is now the low lane coming into play here a little bit more. Parker Collins leading that way over Dylan Alt right now. Another black stripe there as he tries to work their way forward. They lose a little momentum coming off of turn 4.
On board with Parker Collins with Rowdy on the hood. Again, this inside lane is not maintaining momentum for the most part, but you also know if you're leading this lane right now, Caruth or Kerwin, if you have a big enough run, they're going to make that jump and try to overtake Eberhardt. So if you're Parker Collins right now, you're getting those pushes, you're trying to maintain your pace, but you got to know that someone's going to try to take over this line if you get close enough.
Yeah, they're going to be keeping their eye on how that lane is moving up ahead, whether that's Raja Caruth, whether that's Cootie, whether it's Kerwin. It may even be Daniel Eberhardt. We saw Raja Caruth doing that, jumping back and forth on the lines when he was up at the front of the field. So it's going to be a little bit different here, and it just comes to that reaction. Now, looking down at that low line, they've got to hook themselves up against. Jordan Corrin thought about having a little bit of a move up to the high lane. He can't be doing that. If they want to be successful, they have got to make sure they hook up together and bring David Robinson, David Duke, and the rest of that train with them.
Oh boy, almost disaster as the leader of that inside group, Parker Collins, tapped the apron on the entry of the corner. We are still out of shape. Collins finally gets it together, and we are absolutely cataclysmically going back and forth down the back straightaway, but somehow, again, no casualties here as we're coming to 35 laps to go.
No casualties, but Parker Collins in a world of hurt. Now that driver's going to be praying for a yellow flag to be flown here to be able to catch back up. David Duke having a bad run there off of turn 4. He was able to gather the car back up under him, but it almost looked like a little bit of snap oversteer there from the outside.
This is going to force just about everybody into single file action. We've seen so far with just how good these drivers are. The outside lane has been absolutely dominant. It takes a lot for this inside lane to pulse forward, find that momentum. Even bigger deal though, we don't think that these drivers can make it on field even with those 2 early cautions. If they do need to pit, that's going to shake this field up even a little bit more.
Yeah, it certainly will, especially if we see green flag stops taking place. That's going to be the other key thing to keep in mind. If we see everything under yellow flag, that'll be a different running. If it's all under green, ooh, things are going to get very, very interesting.
Inside lane finding composure. 34 laps to go in duel number 1 of the Podium 500. Top 20 cars will make up the inside row of tomorrow's $1,000 to win Podium 500 starting at 12 p.m. Eastern Time. No fast repairs here in this event. We've already seen a couple of cars have to relinquish their attempt at the Podium 500. And of course, to win this race, $221. Second place, you don't get nothing. You just get into tomorrow's show. We will have a maximum of 3 green, white checkered attempts. And also, 25-point incident limit. If you reach 25 points, you are disqualified from the server. Raja Caruth. Who would have guessed? He's the guy trying to make this inside lane work once more. He did it one time. Can he do it again now?
Well, let's see if he can. He's going to hook up there with Derek Justice. Is Justice another black stripe here in the field? He's going to be giving him a nice little push. They're going to be wanting a little bit more from behind from Dylan Alt, if that's at all possible, as now they dive into the corner. You can see him starting to fan out a little bit of movement down on that low lane, but maybe starting to gather just a little bit of speed as they start to sort themselves out.
Let's take a look back here at the 21st position right now. Hunter Geohagen right now is running in 21st. One spot outside the transfer. There's the transfer spot in front of him. Currently, he resides about 2 seconds, a second and a half behind David Duke in the 20th position. If we were to stay green and they didn't need to go down on pit road, our duel would basically be over. Unless Geohagen and that second group of a very slim amount of cars can make their way forward. That first pack is 20 cars. 20 cars make the Podium 500 out of this race. You know that everyone in that group, Geohagen, Conrad, Ball, Dula, Levine, Maines, Robertson, who started on the front row, they all need to find a way to catch up to this lead pack if they want any sniff at making the Podium 500.
Yeah, they certainly do. And the one thing they've got working for them is the fact that they're all running together and working together. They're pretty much all on that low lane, trying to keep up as much speed as possible. As there we've got a little bit of a move. That's the number 31 of Raul Alves jumping down into the corner. And he is going to be able to take that lead of the low line away there from Raja Karuth.
Next time by, we will be halfway through this event here, the opening duel. Be sure to stick around. At the immediate conclusion of that race, we'll set up duel number 2 to make up the outside roads of tomorrow's $1,000 to win Podium 500. Karuth gets into the rear bumper of Alves, and he goes for a ride, able to save it, but another car dips out of the top 20.
Another car dipping out of the top 20. I don't know how Alves is being able to hold on to that, and it doesn't look like here at this point he's going to lose touch with that group in front, so very, very lucky running from Alves.
And you hate to see this if you're the second group in 21st. Josh Ball and company making a second lane, and this is forcing them to lose time to the top 20. They were a second and a half behind 2 laps ago. They are now 2.3 seconds behind the 20th position, Cody Niegels. So that second group right now not running as a consistent unit, and they are losing time. If we stay green, there's no chance that they will make the Podium 500.
Absolutely none at all here, Devin, and it breaks my heart to have to say this, but I unfortunately have to step away from this battle, but I leave you in the very, very capable hands of Mr. Joe Peak.
DJ, pleasure to have you along for the ride, and yeah, we're going to miss you, buddy, but we'll see you tomorrow for the Podium 500. Devin Henry here from Glendale, Arizona. DJ Clark from Zionsville, Indiana, stepping aside, and we bring in Joe Peak from Cincinnati, Ohio. We got a great group from across the country here to take us through the rest, second half, duel number 1 and into duel number 2. But Joe, from what you've seen so far, from what you saw in the heat races, what are we expecting here in the second half of duel number 2, or duel number 1, excuse me?
Well, I'm expecting things to continue to amp up, because what we saw in the heat races was that once it came down to, well, you got to be up there or it's over, you saw a lot of risky moves. You saw people get aggressive, try things that they wouldn't normally, because they know that if the racing's over, well, then all they can do is sit back and watch. Nobody wants to do that. They want to take part in the big show. So right now, I'm glad to see them mostly kind of behaving out here from what we've seen thus far, and just waiting for maybe, you know, the last 15 laps to really try and make it go at, especially if we just have these top 20. You touched on it earlier. I mean, they don't need to really do anything as long as that second group doesn't catch up.
Exactly, and if we do have green flag pit stops, then from there, it's just about the execution. And last year we saw the green flag pit stops, and it spread out the field a little bit. So this is going to determine the first, or I guess all inside spots for tomorrow's Podium 500. Noon Eastern time is the start. Again, Raja Karuth trying to pioneer that inside lane in the 24 Sunoco machine. He's getting himself a massive push right now from the 31 machine, and again, they're just trying to do whatever they can to put themselves in position to gain momentum. And again, there's no doubt in my mind, if Karuth gets clear of Eberhardt, he's going for the lead.
Oh, he got a really bad bump from the 22. Justice just kind of got into a little rough, but he held on to it in the end. Yeah, we've seen that bottom line kind of creep up little by little down there, and it does seem to be working for what it's worth. But I wonder if they're struggling to get that last little bit to get even with Eberhard.
Second group is closing the gap. What was 2.2 seconds has now become 1.3 seconds. Adam Cabot, the 20th place car at the tail end of this field. That's the gap to the pack of cars, hungry to overtake the entire backside of this field. Right now it's Josh Ball, Matthew Dula, Justin Levine. They're leading that second pack right now, trying to catch Cabot and company to have a chance to pass them and make the Podium 500. Top 20 advance to tomorrow.
Yeah, the bad news for the top 20 is they have run it down by about a second in the last 5 laps or so. So they are catching. If they keep that up, they'll absolutely be there in time. And then all bets are off because every one of these drivers is currently out. So they have nothing to lose. They have everything to gain by trying to get ahead of them.
Yeah, because 21st pays the same as last place on Wednesday, right?
Yeah.
So you got to make moves, and as you alluded to earlier, that is where the risky moves come into play. That's where the changes come into play. And as the back half of this field got all scrambled up, it has allowed the second group to catch their draft, and we have just turned a 20-car group into a span of more towards 29. So everyone will now kind of put themselves in position for what they need to do to gain spots. But Joe, you talk about what it means to put yourself in the situation to try to make the Podium 500. The intensity that adds on, like right there, they're gonna spin in front of the pack. Oh my goodness, what a ridiculous save. He's still going sideways. Oh my goodness. Oh man, that was a wreck waiting to happen, but that's not gonna be a caution flag. Oh my goodness, that was absurd. Josh Ball, I don't know how you did that.
And I'm kind of with the drivers. They're all in shock that there was no yellow out of this. And he spent pretty much the entirety of the corner drifting at, what, about 130 miles an hour or so, trying to get control. He didn't in the end, but that was still massively impressive that he held it as long as he did.
I know it ends in a wreck, but that's one of the most impressive things I've seen on this iRacing service.
Now, the good news for Ball is that it does look like he's able to drift back to his pit stall, and actually, no, excuse me, they don't have a free repair in this one. So, well, at least he doesn't have to take a tow, I guess, is the only compensation he's got. Yeah.
That's all you get. How about this right here? The number 41 car, Matt Stallneck. Number 17, Adam Cabot. Pair of Monday Night Racing competitors who we'll see on Monday night. Yeah, the fun does not end tomorrow. We have our Podium 500 for $1,000 to win, and then we have the Monday Night Racing Season 6 Championship event coming up on Monday night. 7 Eastern is when that content's going to start. It starts at 8 p.m. Eastern. NASCAR Xfinity Machines at Homestead Miami Speedway for a ridiculous 200 laps. Most of the drivers chose this. They wanted a big finale before they go back racing for Season 7 in October, so you'll see those 2 drivers compete. A couple other Monday Night Racing competitors in this event as well. We talked about Rajah Caruth, a significant amount of times. He currently resides in that 7th position. So a few Monday Night Racing drivers in this duel. We're going to have Justin Malillo in the next duel as well. So be sure to join us as Corey Heim, Chase Cabre, Adam Cabot right there, and Layden Sabile fight for the Bob Jenkins Memorial Trophy and also a big championship payday for themselves. Starting at 7 Eastern right here on Podium Esports and Eric Estep's YouTube channel. If you want something a little bit different though, go to Podium 2. If you're big fans of the Garage Guys, Chase and Dale Tanhart, you're going to want to go check out them. Buddy up with Darrell Waltrip, the NASCAR champion, former Fox TV analyst, as they will have a Manning cast kind of broadcast on Podium 2. Going to be a lot of fun. Be sure to pull up both Podium Esports and Podium 2. Enjoy all the exclusive access and coverage to the most exciting championship event on iRacing, the Monday Night Racing Season 6 Championship. 22 laps to go here. Daniel Eberhard continues to control the race. The inside lane, though, has really been able to get their composure together. He's been up front a lot tonight. Spencer Burns now in control of that inside group.
Yeah, and Eberhard's a former winner in this race, so he knows how to get the job done in this. That experience and that confidence in yourself can mean a whole bunch towards future results. Just having that behind you helps you make decisions and feel like you made the right decision and not sit there and second guess. You stick with plans. You manage to make decisive moves that need to be made right in the moment, not sit and and him and Hall. And right now, that's what you're seeing with Everhart leading this group. He's managed to get himself up there. He's got Kerwin, another former winner, helping him out up there. That's going to be a difficult pair to overtake.
Josh Ball has now joined Colin Keister behind the wall. They both disconnected. Their run at the Podium 500 ends here in duel number 1. And you talk about our former winners, Daniel Everhart won the Podium 500 in 2020, Casey Kerwin the victor in 2021. Alongside of them, a former duel winner, Derek Justice, who won this duel back in 2021. It was actually duel number 1 as well. He finds himself in the 8th position. So either a former champion or former duel winner, they all find themselves inside the top 7 right now.
Cream rises to the top. Just
Absolutely.
Seems to naturally happen every single time. So yeah, it's a wild style of racing. Yeah, sometimes unpredictable things can happen and you get new winners. But honestly, there is still very much a skill and a knowledge set as it looks like we're finally getting those green flag stops.
Some of the skill going from 200 miles per hour, turning on those brakes as everyone slides onto pit road. Still more tire smoke on board with Kerwin on this mess on pit road as everyone slingshots their way onto pit road. It is busy here.
What strikes me is that was just about everybody, so I wonder if that was really towards the end of the pit window for many of these guys. All we have is the top, I'd say 5 drivers that are still out there. No, 4 of them in a group.
And here's an issue right now. You have a 4-car pack with Cootie, Justice, Alt, and Link. David Duke did not get the memo. He is in no man's land. He will lose a ton of time right now in this exchange. Here's Cootie leading the way. And then you have Austin Green and Christopher Robertson. They have not pitted. They're all by themselves. They're going to lose a lot of time. Geo Hagen and Maines, they're going to lose a lot of time. So a lot of guys not getting the memo here, having to come in this time. They're probably going to lose a significant amount of spots on track once the cycle is complete.
The good thing for Duke, though, is the fact that he is pitting in this time. You could make that 1 extra lap and not lose as much and try and get back out there. Really, all he needs is to be able to pull the slipstream off the tail of the snake. If he's got that, he's safe, and he's still within the hunt. If he loses that, then you're going to be in a bad spot, because we had a second group catching up. And that leader of that second group, it was about 3 cars, was 20th place. You don't want to be below that.
So I'm going to take what I said back. I think a couple cars might have pitted early, actually. So we're on board right now with Spencer Burns in the 06 car. He resides in the 7th position, pushing William Schmidt right now. Derek Justice is about 3 seconds in front of them. And you can really see how this green flag cycle is spread out the field, because before we went onto our pit cycle, Burns was on the inside of about 20 cars. Now it feels like they're in no man's land. Where's the next car in front of me? Where's 20th on track? Where exactly are we going to get brakes right now? You look behind Cootie right now, who's leading this race. There's no pack behind him. These guys are in a league of their own.
Interesting. So not what I expected here on this one. But they do have a second group coming up around the outside here with Spencer Burns in that 06. So could have some 2-lane racing here, even with this smaller group. But this is still really ideal, honestly. It's a lot easier to manage a group of about 7 or 8 cars than it is 20 cars. And especially if you know, hey, if I'm within these top 8, I'm fine. It doesn't matter if I finish at the back of this group.
Rajak Maruth, you saw sim seats on the hood of that car. He actually was part of a really cool event. So he was in LA for the Coliseum races on Sunday. Flew out to Avondale, Arizona on Monday. Him and he obviously graduated from Rev Racing, now he's with GMS Racing, but current Rev Racing driver Lamar Scott and him teamed up at an event at a local high school at West Point, just a few miles down the road from Phoenix Raceway. And they sat alongside Larry Fitzgerald, the former Arizona Cardinal great and Phoenix Suns part owner. And they sat down, they did a panel for diversity in STEM in motorsports in front of about 600 students at West Point High School. And on top of that, SimSeats donated a full sim rig to the school to be able to use towards their STEM resources and academics and be able to simulate working on race cars and then driving that car on track. So Karuth, a part of a very, very fun and interesting exchange for some kids not much younger than him and LeVar are.
Okay, I am extremely jealous, if I'm honest, because I think I was the only kid in my high school that played sim racing at all. And this was in the NASCAR 2 days, so if that tells you anything. But yeah, I love seeing that push to getting more people involved in motorsports, not just as the driver, because this is the flashy end product of motorsports. You're the pilot in the cockpit, but it's an entire team of people that makes you go. Now, granted, sim racing is fantastic because you don't need the entire team of people. These are a lot of guys that are going racing solo. They might have a little bit of support behind them in the form of a team, but you don't need that. You can hop in a car, you can tweak that car yourself and learn all those skills. And then, like we just heard, apply them outwards to potential other outlets as things are getting shaky there.
We got a motion cam on Spencer Burns right now. It's taking along with him in the car here. And by the way, for those of you who have ever heard about racing in a motion sim rig, which is not what West Point High School got, but there are bumps at Daytona. I don't know if that is what is accounting for the camera shake on his real life POV camera, but that's just another aspect that you have to fight in this race. There are bumps on the track and then a 25-mile-an-hour wind gust still blowing you right now as a headwind down the front straightaway, blowing on that right side headlight sticker. So right now, you can see how the green flag pit cycle has completely shaken up the tempo and the pace of this race. Leading right now is Spencer Burns in that white and pink 06 machine. Jackson Carr behind him, former champion Casey Kerwin in third, Alex Link, Dylan Alt, Derek Justice make up this 6-car pack right now. Not too far behind them, William Schmidt, Schmidt is also part of that 7-car group, Then 2.3 seconds behind them, the race leader when the cycle started, Daniel Eberhardt, is in front of Rick Sybrands, Cody Niegels, Raul Alvis, and Justin Levine. Also in that group is Adam Cabot. And then we have some cars spaced out. David Robertson is not too far behind them, but these guys are getting really shaky. This is not what you want to see when you're in a transfer spot. Niegels might lose the draft now here in the second or third group, really. And then you got to go way back, 6 seconds behind them. Matthew Dula, Andrew Payne, Rajah Caruth, who was in the top 5 when the cycle started. He's in 18th. He is on the bubble right now. To his favor, though, behind him is Matt Stallnick and David Duke. That's the top 20 right here, the Bucky's car. This is, that was a big bump. This is the top 20. 21st is 14 seconds behind David Duke. So as their entry turn 1, Jordan Corrin and Austin Green are the only 2 cars in their pack as they're coming across the trioval right now. So if, I'm gonna jinx everything, you ready for this, guys? If there is no caution, 21st and behind is dead meat.
Yeah, and that's what I was just gonna touch on. I was glad that you brought that up because the fly in the ointment in this is, yes, those 20 guys don't need to do anything, they can relax. But if there's 2 ways that you want to motivate any racer,
trouble right in front of the leaders. There's cars in the grass and in the wall. Evasive maneuvers. We're clean so far. Sorry, Joe.
It's okay. I saw at the same time you did. If you want any way to motivate a racer, whether sim or real, it's either offer them a chance to win or money. And we've got both for the victory here. So those people in the front group are probably going to be extra motivated to do some moves that you wouldn't normally. If it was just to advance on, I'd say this thing's going green to the end. But because there's a potential at getting some cash in the win, we're going to see a yellow likely come out before this is over.
And there is a lot at stake for this race. We're coming to 10 laps to go. 25 miles left in duel number 1. What is at stake? First of all, the winner of this race gets $221. That's a sizable number for a qualifying race. Number 2, the top 20 advance to the Podium 500. You want to be in the top 20. So if these 3 wreck come into the line for $221, you might not make the Podium 500, and you're going to lose the money. Number 3, where you finish in this race in the top 20 is what row you will start in tomorrow. So what's more important to you? $221 in the shot out of pole, but missing the 500 completely if that doesn't go right, or starting 3rd tomorrow and not winning the money right now? That's what you got to weigh.
Well, 10 to go. We're going to find out pretty soon. And so far, this front group has really whittled down, both thanks to the pit stops and that little incident we saw in the tri-oval. It's essentially, it looks like just the top 4 left. So it should be relatively simple. It might wind up as just the fact that as we're taking a look at the 83 having his trip through the grass here, it might wind up that we just have two tandems try and wage war against each other.
That'd be the hope, right? If you're one of the tandems who's behind.
Exactly.
We could go back to some old school NASCAR racing. Boy, oh my goodness, someone jumped out of line there in the back and almost got into those cars in the wall. But that's what happened right in front of the leaders. For now, though, clear track ahead as they come to 8 laps to go. Spencer Burns in the white and pink car leads the way. Jackson Carr in the black car is in second. Casey Kerwin, who led more laps than anyone in last year's Podium 500, is in the 3rd position. Dylan Alt is in the 4th position. Now, note that 5th car is not Justin Levine. Justin Levine is over 4.5 seconds behind these drivers. That 5th car in the group, that is Parker Collins. He is the first car 1 lap down. Most importantly, though, he is 30th. The reason why I say that is because he's 10 cars outside the transfer. If 10 cars wreck, well, do the math. He's going to be here to stay. He's not just going to sit back. He might not try to pass these cars, but he's going to do everything that he can to stay in 30th.
No doubt. And they're coming down to it now with 7 laps to go. So it's getting tighter and tighter. Unfortunately, though, if it gets down to that last lap, once we cross the white flag, then, of course, then it's going to be a little bit more difficult because he's a lap down. So he kind of actually needs this lap back. And I was wondering if he manages to get ahead and we get a caution here within the next 2 laps or so, he gets back on the lead lap and he's in it once again.
And of course, anyone on the lead lap going to a green-white checker is in the race. They have a chance to be inside that top 20 if we go to a green-white checkered or whatever the caution might give us. Now, this is the duels. Back in the heats, we had no green-white checkered attempts. In the LCQs, we had a maximum of 1 green-white checkered attempt. Here in the duel, if we need it, in Duel 1 and Duel 2, we will have a maximum of 3 green-white checkered attempts to try to set the first 20 cars in the Podium 500.
And I'm getting confirmation. The great news for Parker is that they actually have a lucky dog in this. So he doesn't need to be ahead of them. He just needs a yellow to unfold right now, essentially. Well, granted, he could get it if we go to that green-white checkers as well, but I'm sure he wouldn't want to try and wait until too late in this.
Parker had that massive issue earlier in the race when he was leading the inside lane. He got punted to the very back and threw everything. In the cycle, he lost a lap, but most certainly not out of the event yet. Let's dip back to 20th place, our transfer spot, as they've kind of shifted around a little bit in this final group here. This is now a group of about 6. We have Matthew Dula, Andrew Payne, Raja Karun, Matt Stolnick, David Duke, and Cody Niegels. Niegels is the last car in line, 20th position. He has himself in the last transfer spot. They have extended the gap, it looks like, over 21st position now, Austin Green. They have an advantage of 21.5 seconds. So again, anyone 21st and back at this point needs to have a caution or a cataclysmic event up front and a monumental wreck and cars not passing the finish line in order for them to qualify for this year's Podium 500.
Oh,
okay.
And speak of the devil, there's the yellow.
You know what? I said this so many times, I'm not going to say it's on me because I said it numerous times. I said caution numerous times and it didn't happen, so this one's not on me.
Oh, so what happened here that brought this out through the tri-oval? Brandon does he get a bad bump, maybe? It's in the corner now. Maybe drifted down. Oh, what in
wicked
the
loose.
world?
Goodness gracious.
Car must have been just devilishly loose there because I almost thought maybe he was distracted for a moment and he maybe steered down accidentally into the banking because that car just zipped right to the bottom almost as soon as they hit the banking.
And this is where some people are going to be upset at the end of the day. Austin Green passed the line in. You want to take a guess, Joe? First spot out looking in, 21st. Over 20 seconds behind the last transfer spot. I'm not saying that anything was intentional there because I have gone the rear end extremely loose on these corners, and when there's a 25-mile-per-hour headwind coming at you, not straight on, it is tough on older, warmer tires. But that is where everyone 20th and up is saying, are you kidding me right now? The first group on the outside looking in who had no chance to make the Podium 500 resets the playing field.
There were absolutely some choice words, and we got drivers pitting in. I wonder if they were maybe a little close on fuel or something here, because that's a lot.
And you know what? Maximum 3 green-white checkered attempts. We're going to go to our first green-white checkered here. So if you think it's going to go long and you're in the back, you might want to top off.
Oh, David Duke blew his pit stall, which is only going to mean he's losing spots. Not going to lose too much since it isn't green flag pit stops, but not what you want in this situation. Yeah, that's kind of what I thought was going on, is that maybe drivers thought they were a little too tight to try and make it extra laps here. But yeah, there were some choice words over the radio as soon as we got that yellow coming out. But now you got to reset mentally. You got to try and prepare yourself for what you have to do. Because remember, up until that point, a lot of those drivers, their mindset was stay the course, just bring it home. Unless you're in the hunt for the win, you really got no reason to do anything right now. Just tick the laps off. Now they got to try and get themselves set up to, okay, I need to figure out who do I hook up with? Where do I place the car? And it's only 2 laps, so it's going to go very, very fast. There's not going to be time to really set anything up. If you're towards the back outside of those top 20, you have to make Hail Marys.
The story has changed, the pace has changed, the tempo has changed. Rewrite everything as we get ready for our first green-white checkered attempt. And we talked about back in the 30-lap dash LCQs that even though if you were in the back, you can still go out and win the race. LCQ number 1, guy starts 34th, wins the race in 30 laps. LCQ number 2, guy starts dead last, makes the top 10, transfers into his duel. Right now, Jason Carr started dead last, and he restarts outside front row.
Which is actually lining up right now, so this is it. We're going to be restarted here in just a moment. And I'm curious how many of these green-white checkers we're going to need, because that's the bad news with all the drivers that are going to be possibly making some aggressive moves here. If we don't get to that white flag, then it goes right back to the green-white checkers and we give it another go.
Spencer Burns will lead us back to the green alongside Jackson Carr. Defending Coke Series champion in 2021, Podium 500 victor Casey Kerwin will be in 3rd alongside Dylan Alt. Former Podium 500 champion Daniel Eberhardt restarts 5th alongside Raul Albus. David Robertson is now slid back up to 7th. Justin Levine transferring from the LCQ, he's in 8th. Rick Sybrands, Derek Justice ran out the top 10. Adam Cabot started 36, he's P11. Alex Link, Andrew Payne, Raja Karuth, Cody Niegels round out the top 15. Jason Maines, Brandon Wynn, Austin Green, Danny Eklund, William Schmidt. Those are your top 20 in the transfer spots. On the outside looking in, Matthew Dula, Andrew Cootie, Jordan Corin, David Duke, Matthew Stolnick, Garrett Conrath, Daniel Holloway, Brent Pankari. All of them with a shot, and not a single one of them safe to make tomorrow's Podium 500 and a shot at $1,000. First of a maximum 3 attempts at a green-white checkered finish. Back to the green flag, Spencer Burns brings us, and we're back underway to conclude duel number 1.
Christopher Robertson also got back in this group at the last moment. He got swung around for the lucky dog, I think, or at least had to catch up pretty late. But now we've got a whole lot more cars involved, so many unknowns, and look, it's immediately 3 wide.
The outside lane absolutely disintegrates. We go 3 wide, and they're falling. Oh, they're going to hit the wall, and the caution is out. Green and white checkered coming again. A part of that is that Bucky's car that I've talked so much about tonight. Cooey looks like he's a part of this one as well here, so that was right in front of the transfer, it looked like, and we're going to reset again, and it looks like Cooey's night is over.
This is what happens when things get all out of line, all out of shape. When you have those 2 distinct lines, it's pretty easy to tell what moves to make. But this, you can see here, he probably didn't even know that it was almost 3 wide in that situation. He probably wouldn't have even got the spotter call. So just that tiny drift up tipped him around, and unfortunately for the 9, that it looks to be day done, because I see him in pit lane now.
On board, Parker Collins. This is how fast it happens at Daytona.
Does he make it? Oh, big hit. So he's still in it, but he's definitely not going to be leading any of the groups.
So first green, white checkered attempt. We get about half a lap before we have a crash on the first spot outside looking in. That was the battle for 21st. Top 20 make the show tomorrow. Be sure to join us noon Eastern, the 5th annual running of the Podium 500. $1,000 to win that race. You get $100 just to finish inside the top 10. And then on top of that, if you're magical enough to be inside the top 5, that is $350+ Your podium comes out like this: over $1,000 for first, $500 for second, $450 for third. But you don't get a chance at any of that if you don't finish top 20 here.
Yeah, and that is a huge motivator. So it's going to get extremely intense inside the cockpit. Yeah, all these guys are out here just to have fun, but you put that big of a paycheck out there, and it starts to get very serious very quickly. So you'll see emotions rise, no doubt. Now, we're getting information that Carr apparently says his wheel died, and that may have been the cause of the accident. There he is in pit lane. The man who was up in that front group, not only does he wish that it hadn't have gone yellow and green, white checkers just because of everybody else getting chances, this race would have been over for him by now.
Yep. And so now for him, his night's done. Andrew Cootie's night is done. And that's going to change a little bit of the scheme here around the top 20 on that restart. Up front, Casey Kerwin has now slithered his way onto the front row. Adam Cabot moved himself up to P6. Eberhard plummeted down to 9th. So this is going to be a lot of moving and shaking on these restarts. I think whenever you restart, kind of my mind of thinking, first of all, no one's safe at Daytona, right? But if you're in the first half of the transfers, I feel kind of comfortable. If you're in the second half of the transfers, you are very, very anxious for what might be coming in that rearview mirror.
Yeah, exactly. You've got to move forward just to keep yourself safe. Interesting to note, I was checking to see who all is on the lead lap, and it looks like Kenny Kibbe and David Duke are getting back out there, and I think, yeah, Christopher Robertson.
Hey, okay, no, hold on. You were not here. I said at the start of this race I was going to call him that at some point. So I already put down the waiver there, the notification that was going to happen. So it's okay.
All right, $1 in the jar for me. Well, but yeah, so this means a couple other drivers that still have a shot, including Duke, who was caught up in that incident in the 58. So hopefully if his car isn't too damaged, and he did have some time to go in and repair it, I think a couple times there, he's got a shot. He's just going to have to make some big moves.
29 cars on the lead lap. What that means is 29 cars have a shot to make tomorrow's Podium 500. Stick around, we're not done yet. At the conclusion of duel number 1, we will set the starting lineup for the outside rows in duel number 2, coming up next here on Podium Esports. Burns and Kerwin make up the front row. Robertson Alves, row 2. Cabot Sybrands, row 3. Niegels Payne, Alt Eberhardt, your top 10. Green Levine, nice, row 6. Link Justice, row 7. Caruth Mange, row 8. Windula, Schmidt, and Eshelman round out the top 20 transfer spots as of now. Jordan Corrin, Matthew Stallneck, Daniel Holloway, Garrett Conrath, Kyle Urbanek. Those are the first 5 cars on the outside looking in, 29 cars on the lead lap. Still a possibility at one more green-white checkered maximum at this point. Remember, if you have 25 incident points, you are black flagged and disqualified from the event. You get a black flag warning at 17 incident points. That can still come into play. Unlimited tires as well, in case, if you're 29th and you want fresh tires. I don't know, sure.
Every time somebody starts to talk about tires here, I'm like, yeah, okay, well, whatever floats your boat. Usually not as much of a determining factor, but you got to take every advantage you can.
Burns and Kerwin lead the field back to green. Top 20 will enter the Podium 500. Second attempt at a green-white checkered. Green flag in the air.
Right, so down on that bottom line, Burns gets a nice push to start things, but will we make it to the yellow? No, we're not even going to make it to the first turn.
One car almost up and over. Stolnek, who was just on the outside looking in, finds himself almost on his roof with a massive bounce, and we're going to a third green-white checkered.
And now we'll probably, if I'm honest, Devin, I don't think we're going to get to a green finish on this, because we didn't even get to the corner on this one. And now the fact that this next start means it's all or nothing, you're going to see drivers try and just get up there ASAP, because you can't afford to be in 21st and have that yellow to come out, because that's it. Your day's done.
And this crash originates with Jason Maines in the 15th position. So again, more calamity right around that transfer spot. You see the tip, you see the dip, the turn, and Stolnek almost going over the top of the roof there at Maines.
And it looked like there was almost two separate incidents. There was something behind them. I was trying to make out there that cars kind of banged into the wall. Going back there, let's watch it one more time here. Is this related? A little bit, maybe. It looks like there was a little checkup, but I think there was two separate incidents that could have potentially given us a caution. So if one didn't, the other was going to.
So we'll take another look back since that started in the 15th position. Your transfers right now, 15th is Alex Link, Dula now in 16th, Wind in 17th. Schmidt has now moved into 18th. Eschleman has now moved into 19th, excuse me. Conrath has sneaked his way into the top 20. So now on the outside looking in, I mean, basically a fresh set of drivers at this point. On the outside looking in, Daniel Holloway. Christopher Robertson, who started on the front row of this race, resides in 22nd. Your Bannock is in 23rd. David Duke, who has had himself a wild duel, is in 24th. Kenny Kibbe is 25th. Punkari's 26th. Jordan Korn, the other front row starter in this race, is 27th. Then you have Stolnek and Maines, who were the primary recipients of damage in that wreck, rounding out your lead lap cars. Then I believe Parker Collins is going to get the wave around here, make it 30 cars on the lead lap for our final attempt at a green-white checkered.
Whew. This is...
we go green for so long, Joe, and when we talked about this is what's going to happen when you throw $221 in front of someone and also say you can win $1,000 if you finish in the top 20.
Yeah, exactly. Oh, is Spencer out of fuel? He suddenly got a bump from the 95? No, I guess he's under his own power. I worried for a moment when Kerwin came up behind him that maybe...
Well, there is some sort of issue. Raul Alvis is way in front of the field by like a second and a half. I don't know if they're just playing games here. I think Burns is out of fuel. I think you're right.
Oh my gosh.
We saw Burns was one of the short pitters, and...
Okay, let's listen.
He's under power.
I wonder if he's trying to make his way back to the pits.
He's in 5th gear. He might just be low on fuel and he's trying to conserve. He might, I mean, that might just been like really intense fuel conservation. It's not fun when someone does that though, because it can stack up the rest of the field, but Burns might be on fuel alert here as we get ready to go back green.
Yeah, I'm listening in. Okay, he's back on the power. It's not sputtering, but it does sound like I think he's either cutting the ignition or clutching or something out there to try and make it to the end here. So hopefully he doesn't run out, and especially in front of the whole pack, because, well, that's another cause of a wreck that we've seen plenty of times here at Daytona.
Well, Joe, we talked about earlier under that initial caution that reset everyone after we had that green flag cycle, we saw a bunch of guys in the back go in and top off. And so Burns was kind of a part of that group who pitted a little earlier than everyone else, put himself out front, but then he didn't go pit. So it looks like those guys who went and topped off after that initial caution that started off this caution spree, if they finish top 20, that's definitely going to be worth it, because now it looks like some of those guys might have fuel issues if they wouldn't have topped off.
Yeah, you say if they finish top 20. That's the big if here. Yeah, because it's a gamble that you got to take. Honestly, if you were outside the top 20, it's kind of a no-brainer. You got to do it anyways, because you'd be foolish to try and hold out and stay out on the fuel. You might as well top up and hope that it comes your way in the form of others not getting to the end. But if you're in that top 20 and you stopped in, you're kind of crossing your fingers here that you can just sneak back in time.
30 cars on the lead lap. That means 30 cars have a chance to make tomorrow's Podium 500. Alvis, Burns, Zybrands, Kerwin, Payne, Robertson, Cabot, Eberhardt, Eagles, Levine. That's your top 10. I'm going to go back to 15th. Dula, Link, Schmidt, Wind, Holloway, Conrad. They are in the top 20. Your Bannock, Christopher Robertson, Kibbe, Duke, Corin. The first 5 on the outside. 30 cars have a chance, though, because there's 30 cars on the lead lap. Final attempt at a green-white checker. The race either ends with the checkers or the caution, whichever comes first. Back underway, one final time here for duel number 1 to set the inside lane of the Podium 500.
Yeah, I was going to say it looks like Kerwin wanted to change lanes, and he did as soon as he was clear, and that was actually a good move. Look at that. He is just charging up.
$221 to take the checker, but of course, if you just finish inside the top 20, a chance at the $1,000. Tomorrow, starting at noon Eastern, the inside line getting swirly. Burns getting a lot of pushes, trying to keep it together. Cabot kind of pushing the pusher here as well as the inside line loses all momentum.
The other thing to worry about is even if they get past the white flag and it goes green to the finish, it's every man for himself. They're not going to get a yellow if the wreck happens.
Alvis leads the way. Kerwin there. Burns gets turned in front of the field. Caution flag is out and the field will freeze.
Oh, wow.
Alvis will win duel number 1. But who, when timing and scoring says it's all said and done, will move into the Podium 500?
There was a lot of cars spinning there across the line. I am not entirely sure how iRacing is going to determine this, because it kind of decides on its own who gets involved in the wreck and who doesn't, who is allowed to take their position back, because that's the critical thing here. Who snuck through that?
So the line I don't believe matters here is the time in which, well, you know what? We're coming to the checkered here.
Yeah, it's all down to what iRacing, when it froze it, how it decided who was not deemed as involved in the wreck and gets their spot back.
Exactly. So, and even beyond that, who can make it back across the line as well?
That
so
too.
You might have been in 10th, but if you can't limp that car to the line in 10th, then you don't get that spot. So everything is up in the air right now. It comes down to who was determined as a stop vehicle, who can make it back to the position that they need to cross the line in. What we do know for sure, though, $221, and he'll start in a good position tomorrow at noon. Raul Alvis, the winner of the Podium 500 duel number 1, beating the former champion Casey Kerwin to get it done. Checkered flag. We conclude the first duel of the Podium 500.
Oh, he's got to be so excited about that after that. Boy, Spencer Burns is unhappy behind the scenes. One of those drivers that did not get through. That tells you how much it means to these drivers.
Burns got an EOL.
Yeah.
He was obviously the car that got turned into the rest of the field here, and he has been deemed to earn an EOL. And how about the way it all sorts out? Kenny Kibbe, he was outside the top 20 for most of the race. He will be in the Podium 500 unofficially. We will go through your top 20 who advanced to the Podium 500. Raul Alvis, the $221 winner of duel number 1. Casey Kerwin in 2nd. From 30th to 3rd, Rick Sybranch. From 31st to 4th, Andrew Payne. Eberhardt from 5th to 5th. Andrew Levine from the LCQ winner to finish P6. David Robertson finishes in 7th. Adam Cabot, hard charger, from 36th to 8th. Cody Niegels, 22nd to 9th. Matt Dula finishes 10th. Dylan Alt, 11th. Austin Green, 12th. William Schmidt, 13th. Daniel Holloway, 14th. Garrett Conrath, 15th. Brett Punkari from the LCQ in 16th. Stallneck will squeak through in 17th. Caruth as well in 18th. David Duke in the Bucky's machine finishes 19th. Our final transfer into the Podium 500 is Kenny Kibbe. That right there on your screen will make up the inside road for tomorrow's $100 to win 5th annual Podium 500, brought to you by Eric Messer Photography. For everyone else, they're going to have to go home and wish the cards were in their hand a little bit better next time. Their attempt at $1,000 comes to a close, but they did make it to the duels. Joe, everyone else who didn't make the Podium 500.
Yeah, and that's just the nature of racing. You can't win them all. it's better, honestly, in these situations to just kind of take it with a bit of some grace and accept that sometimes these things just happen. That's racing. And you go for the next one. But for the guys that have now made it through, they've already done tons of preparation, but now the real preparation starts. Now it's time for the big show after, of course, we do this second duel. So those guys have immediately set their sights forward. You might have a little bit of celebration tonight, but tomorrow they are going to be fully focused.
Duel 2 about to prepare the final 20 drivers that will make up our Podium 500 tomorrow at Daytona. 500 miles, $1,000 to win. 40 more cars with a chance to make up the outside row of the Podium 500. And real quick, obviously, I'm sure that there's plenty of people and a slew of drivers unhappy with how that race finishes, obviously. But we keep talking about it up here, and obviously it's a lot easier for me and you to say this with unbiased eyes and just having a good time with the rest of our audience. When you see a finish like that, that's kind of the culture of money races. You tell someone you finish top 20, you get $1,000. That's kind of the way that the racing turns out there in the closing laps, and unfortunately, it doesn't work out for a lot of people. But for the people that does work out for, a great experience coming up tomorrow in the Podium 500.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, when you don't have equipment on the line, because in the real world, when you have big money prize, yeah, exactly. There's a lot more that you're willing to gamble, because the loss is just a little bit of ego and a lot of time, obviously, that you've spent in trying to prepare for this. So, like you said, yeah, this is what happens in big prize races in sim racing. And I was I remember a race where we were covering something similar, and one of the fellow commentators said, you know, the drivers can only be angry at themselves because they're the ones that decide how the race goes.
Yeah, I mean, that's just kind of the way it goes. I know people typically aren't happy with it when stuff like that happens at the end. But that's racing without equipment that you pay for and without the safety that you deal with, and trying to fight for a $1,000 payday tomorrow. Everyone trying to make that top 20. We'll do it one more time. The second duel on the way next year on Podium Esports, the 5th annual running of the Podium 500 here on iRacing. 264 drivers entered. We'll find out the final 20 making up our 40-car field next.
Racing isn't easy, but experiencing it is. iRacing puts you in the driver's seat with the industry's leading sim racing game. Drive on laser scan replicas of the greatest racing circuits from around the world. Go head-to-head against other drivers chosen by skill-based matchmaking to ensure competitive racing at every level. Compete across all your favorite series. In officially licensed cars, engineered to deliver the most accurate driving experience possible. Join a race or host your own with players from across the globe. Race against the computer or in a league with friends. Feel the thrill behind the wheel. Visit iRacing.com.
We have 20 drivers set after duel number one, won by Raul Alves. He will be in the Podium 500 field along with the rest of the top 20 from duel number one. Now we take our final 40 remaining competitors and we will visit Daytona one more time on this Saturday afternoon and find out what other 20 drivers will join them for the $1,000 to win Podium 500 tomorrow at noon Eastern. But Joe, you were with us for the second half of that duel, but you were also with us for heat racing action as well. What do you think that these drivers were able to learn from being able to see that opening stint, quick caution, long green flag run, and then kind of what you expect in these races to win $221 in this race alone, more cautions at the end. So what do you think that these guys learned here in this following duel that they're going to try to take into account and try to be in that top 20?
Well, I'm a bit of a broken record in that sense. If it was me, I would learn that patience is critical. You don't need to be making moves that are going to risk the car. You want to just try and look out for your equipment so that you can be there at the end, because we saw it was just all jumbled around. You got 3 green-white checkers. If you could stay out of the chaos both throughout the race and then at the very end, you're going to be golden. But before you get there, you have to make sure that you're at least on the lead lap come that those final 10 laps in case we start running into those yellows again. So basically just look out for yourself and just stay patient.
And let's reset some of the rules for you here. In these duels, we have no fast repairs. You're done. No resets, no second chances. But as we saw in duel number one, we do have 60 green-white checkered attempts, and it can be met. 17x warning for incident limits with a black flag, disqualified after 25 incident points, but most importantly, the winner of this race, $221. And that will give to the winner also an opportunity to go and win $1,000 tomorrow. So an opportunity for these drivers to get themselves into the 500 through this final 60-lap race here in Duel number 2. So we get ready to kick things off again. Our order here is set by the heat race finishes, and also tagging the back is our LCQ victors. Kevin Champagne will lead the field to the green flag. Liam Sheen will be alongside him in row number 1. Row 2 made up of Chase Pierce. Alongside him, the number 38 machine is Garrett Maines. Chris Simmer will be rounding out your top 5. Jacob Udai will be on P6. Malik Ray in 7th. Alongside him, another one of those big-time pros, Michael Cozy Jr. Austin Johnson and Matthew Baker wind out our top 10, Joe.
Donovan Strauss starts in 11th. Next to him, it's Kwame Scott, as John Ward starts in the 13th position. And then it's Jacob Dunn in P14. Brandon Zimmerman will start 15th. Outside of that row, it's Agnel Phillip. It's Brandon Holder up next. Vicente Guerrero in the 18th position. Colton Harvey starts 19th. And then Jesse Atchison in that final transfer spot in 20th.
P21 looking to get at least one spot better than where he starts is Jake Cook. Brock Whitehead starts in P22 next to him. 12th row made up of Sean Boundy and Christopher McCullough. P25, Michael Sturgill. P26, Lawson Peel. We get into our LCQ transfers. Ty Bass, Kevin Fries make up row 14. Kent McCullough Jr. and Joshua Miller make up your top 30.
Dennis Ansman will start 31st. Max Lang in 32nd. Then it's Aaron Brown and Kenneth Redinger. Nathan Rabideau will start 35th. Alan Wilson in P36. Johnny Avila after that, with Peyton Tulloch, Justin Melillo, and Chris Schubert squeaking in.
That will make up our 40-car field. We will take 20 and place them into the Podium 500 tomorrow with a shot at $1,000. Top 10 get $100 minimum. And then, of course, the top 5. If you're able to run that well, you're going to get yourself at least $350. One final chance to make up an illustrious 40-car field tomorrow and kick off eventually the real-world Speed Week at Daytona with a massive win right here in virtual Daytona Beach, Florida in the Podium 500. Again, weather, not great. 80-degree track temp, not bad. Winds gusting still up 25 miles per hour to the west. One more thing that these drivers have to fight besides the other 39 in the track itself. Champagne and Sheen lead the field to the green flag. Our final duel to make up our final 20, the Podium 500, is underway. Some line dancing from Kevin Champagne. He leads the way in the outside row. He relinquishes the lead spot in the inside lane to Chase Pierce, but again, like we saw in Duel number 1, it takes a lot for that inside group to really meet the momentum and the speed of that outside lane.
I was a little worried there at the start because Sheen had a bit of a strange moment when he tried to pull up to the back of Champagne and thankfully caught the car, but did not want to see them wreck at the very front of the field at the absolute start of this race, or maybe we'd have a very dwindled amount of drivers that can make the top 20 with only one lap in. But thankfully that didn't come to be. Bottom line just has basically disappeared, and we're only at the end of lap 2.
We've seen this in the LCQs. We saw it in the Duel number 1. The fact that when that inside line implodes, it's just the outside group working. Rajak Group did a good job in Duel number 1 trying to make something of that inside lane. And eventually it did come back until we had our green flag pit sequence. But for those of you who didn't join us for Duel 1, again, we're going to have to pit for fuel at some point. If we stay green for too long. So that could always shake things up. Matthew Baker on board here as he continues to try to just keep this car straight in a line, because the faster these cars go is in part because of how straight you keep it to the car in front of you. The less cars flanked out around you, the faster that lane is going to go, and that's really been a detriment to that inside lane with that 25-mile-an-hour wind gust against the car.
Absolutely. And the other thing about it, though, is that you do want to poke out from time to time to get some air into the engine if you're very close behind that car ahead, but you want to do it strategically, as you said, and not lose too much in there. Just get a little gasp before you duck back in. As we watch Sean here way far back on that bottom line. See the daunting view. And this is why you get these situations, Devin, even early in the race where drivers will try and do stuff that they don't need to do, like I think Donovan Strauss is doing right now. He tried to make it 3 wide up towards the front. You see all those cars and you think, oh my gosh, I can't be back here. This is bad. I need to be in the top 20, but you can't. You have to keep your mind focused on the big picture and think farther down the line, not what's right in front of you.
And as we saw in Duel 1, just how crucial green flag pit stop execution was. That really changed the scene of who was where when we got that span of green and white checkers. Dennis Ansman, he was in that LCQ. Looks like he might be a little antsy right now as this group at the very back of the field has completely lost touch with the draft.
Yeah, that's not looking too good. That's being led by Tulloch there in what looks to be 35th place. They're way outside of it. That's a little bit more of a problem because, as I said, you don't want to lose a lap here. And if we do stay green, as soon as you lose that main pack, there's a good chance that a much smaller group like that can just keep dropping and dropping until they get overtaken.
Good chunk of cars stuck behind, trying to find their way back to this lead draft. One car slipping way out of the group. It's going to force someone to the middle. And now we got some chaos in the backside of the field.
Trying to make out who that was that got turned there. I think that was Lawson Peel, unfortunately, facing the wrong way. I think that was involved in the 9, or no, the 6, excuse me. Yeah, the 6 is the one that gets banged around a little bit. He's in the red and black there on the top line. Watch him a little bit farther towards the back. Just, I think, a little bit of a checkup, and unfortunately, that's what caused the problems. Yeah, there it is.
Milam in that 6 car got connected to the rear bumper in front of him. Sent a couple cars down to the very bottom of the track, and that will cause our first caution of duel number 2 after completing 5 laps. On board here, Lawson Peel. Take a watch in and what happens from his view here. It all happens in a moment's notice. Great job getting on the brakes. Doesn't matter now. That's how Daytona is sometimes.
I think Rabideau did get away with it, trying to see if there was any damage on the car afterwards. A little too quick to really make it out. Maybe on the left-hand side, but hopefully that shouldn't be too bad. But yeah, man, just lucky escape in that situation.
Might have some damage. Again, no fast repairs here in these duels, so that's going to force them to take any damage repair on pit road for whatever duration of seconds it's going to take. So, no resets. You're caught up in a wreck, you're done. We saw back in duel number 1, wasn't a big deal. Still had 30 cars on the lead lap when we took that first, or the last green-white checkered green flag. Glad to have you here on the Podium 500 and being able to bring all these drivers together, fight for $1,000 tomorrow. And this year's Podium 500 is brought to you by Eric Messer Photography, the official photographer of the Madhouse, Bowman Gray Stadium. Eric is open for freelance hires for any racing organization in the Carolinas and Virginia. For more information, just visit his website at emphoto.com. Create memories, not just photos. Glad to have him along on board. I'm losing my ability to speak, apparently, after all these. But when we come down to the wire, this is the last chance. These guys have been able to watch more races than anyone today competing. You get to watch the LCQs, see what that 25-mile-per-hour wind gust does to the cars, right? Especially in a sprint race like that. Watch the happenings of duel number 1. We also saw last year green flag pit stops in both duels. So being able to execute under green flag on pit stops, that might have been something that you practice in that opening practice session before this race, because 1, it happened last year, and 2, it happened a half hour ago. So you want to be prepared, because everyone saw just how shook up everybody made the field when we went under green flag pit stop cycles.
Well, and more importantly, you want to have your thumb on the pulse, if you will, because we saw that there were other drivers that lost out because they did not pit with the main group that all came in and took a stop. If you don't have teammates out there that you can coordinate with, you really just want to be ready to hop into pit lane at a moment's notice if you're in a big pack and you see everybody else trying to get down there. So that's the big thing. In super speedway racing, you never want to pit alone. You have to go by the buddy system.
And as we get ready for this next restart, we saw Chase Pierce set alone on that inside lane. Once everyone kind of reset, Champagne took over the lead on the outside lane. Pierce really wasn't able to do much. So he was trying to fight, trying to lead that inside lane and get back up to the front. We saw on a couple occasions the inside lane work well enough, not necessarily to overtake the outside lane, but enough to get yourself back in contention, right? These drivers have to figure out, what do I need to do if I'm stuck in the inside line to gain spots? Because you don't want to sit there trying to fight and the guys on the outside are just passing you by. Those are all lost spots at the end of the day. If there's not a hole to squeeze yourself into, either you're staying down there or you're going to cause a wreck.
Exactly. But again, this comes back to what I said before. Don't panic. Just let the race happen for right now. If you get shuffled back a little bit, unless you feel like you're getting the sense that drivers are starting to be a little frantic, don't worry too much, because the biggest thing you need to be concerned with is just avoiding the wrecks right now. You lose those spots you talked about in the last chance qualifiers. The winners came from the very back of the field in only 30 laps. And we're on lap 9 out of 60 right now. So there's still time. If you get moved back a little bit, it's not the worst thing in the world. It does put you in a little bit more danger of the wrecks. But if everybody's trying to get single file, my theory is wait for that opening in the top line, scoot in as soon as you feel like you have a safe and secure move to make, and then just get going, get running that single file until we get to about 20 to go.
And a couple of movers and shakers. Kevin Freeze from 28th to 21st. Sean Boundy from 23rd to 18th. Jay Cook 21st to 16th. Colton Harvey 19th to 14th. That's some of your bigger movers and shakers around that transfer spot. Kevin Champagne ready to take the field to green in that throwback. McDonald's number 94. Liam Sheen to his outside. Garrett Maines inside of row number 2. Dudai on the outside in the 4th position. Pierce, Cozy, Baker, Simmerd, Strauss, Ward, and Johnson make up the rest of the top 10. Going back green here in duel number 2 of the Podium 500. Big jump for Champagne, trying to get back to that outside line.
Yeah, he likes that outside line a lot, and trying to just get himself into position here. Garrett Main's going to be the one to hook up with him. Again, a very good driver to have working with you. Bit of a moment for the 44. I think we got it under control, though.
Sheen got wickedly shaken up, and he gets into the car next to him. That was the one who bumped him in the first place as they came together off of 2. And we got a massive shakeup here in the entire center of the pack down the back straight.
So I think Liam Sheen and the 22 of Jacob Dudai there. You're going to see just a little bit of a bad bump. 44 has to gather the car up. 22 goes low, of course, to try and get some clear air. And then just coming off the corner, from that angle, it looks like the 22 drifts up into him like he forgot he was there. But it's hard to tell. If we see it from above, that might give us a better idea of if someone came down or someone drifted up.
A lot of bobbing and weaving. I think that probably could have been a lot worse than what it was. Not a ton of cars getting significant damage from the top view.
That's a drift up to me.
A little bit. 44 is kind of off the wall there. That's just a really, really bad situation coming off of turn 2, because it doesn't really matter where you are coming out of turn 2. Everyone drifts up the track. So that's just a tough situation for 2 guys who were up front. That's going to plummet them down the order.
Yeah, Jacob's down in 40th position now, unfortunately. Trying to figure out where the 44 wound up, actually. Where is he? I've lost him. Where'd he go? There he is. Liam's in 29th. So Liam made out a little bit better. Actually, what I think is impressive in that is that happened nearly at the very front of the field, which is always worst case scenario here, Devin. You don't want Rex to start up front because it all cascades backwards. There's even from the very back, very little room to try and make decisions in there and not get caught up in it. And yet, because I think it happened on the exit of 2 where they have that backstretch to pan out, I think everybody kind of saw the smoke and immediately lifted, tried to find themselves some open space, and that really limited the damage.
And you just love to see everybody lifting when there's a wreck. You just love to see it. You don't get to see that every day.
Yeah, exactly. Well, and coming back to that money on the line, when you think, ooh, easy spots to be made here, your foot tends to want to stay in the gas when you don't have that survival instinct to worry about to keep you from losing life and limb. So a few of them did come into the pits after that. Maybe some of them taking a little bit of fuel just to top up in case we get green flag stops, because every second you can save in the pit stops is going to count for later.
Oh, we absolutely saw that when we went green. Green flag pit stops, that is, in duel number 1, and just how much it shook up the field and separated everyone. Every tenth of a second means something. $221 to win this duel right here. Top 20 advance to the Podium 500 tomorrow at noon Eastern for a chance to win $1,000. But the fun does not end on Sunday for the Podium 500. Be sure to join us Monday night with coverage beginning at 7 p.m. Eastern Time for the Monday Night Racing Season 6 Championship powered by Grid Rival. As Monday Night Racing heads into their final race of season number 6, they will not race again till October. So this 200-lap bonanza in the NASCAR Xfinity Series machines at Homestead will decide the champion between Corey Heim, Chase Cabre, Podium 500 starter tomorrow, Adam Cabot, and last week's walk-off winner, Layden Sabile, as they compete for the Bob Jenkins Memorial Trophy. We'll have a 1-hour pre-race show starting at 7 p.m. Eastern, racing at 8, live right here on Podium and on Eric Estep's YouTube channel. If you want something a little bit different, though, a really, really fun broadcast that will be happening on Podium 2. If you're a fan of the Garage Guys, you're going to want to see this, because on Podium 2, we're going to have a broadcast with Chase Tanhart, Dale Tanhart, and former NASCAR champion and Fox TV analyst Darrell Waltrip, all together watching the race along with you guys. Pull up both Podium 2 and Podium Esports Twitch channels and enjoy the exclusive all-access coverage of the most exciting championship event on iRacing. And a number of the drivers racing on Monday, they're going to be here in the real world in just a few more days' time. Guys like Corey Heim, Ryan Vargas, of course, Garrett Smithley. We saw Rajah Caruth earlier in these races. Robbie Lyons making his ARCA return. He's in the series, and he'll be racing ARCA on Saturday right here at Daytona. And then also Alex LeBay has been a great addition in season number 6 of Monday Night Racing. Be sure to join us on Monday, season 6 finale.
I compare this to 10 years ago or so, and the number of real world drivers that you're rifling off is just, it makes me so thrilled to see the crossover has become so dense out there in sim racing. So many seem to be either getting their chances, or others are who already had their chance are seeing the fun here and saying, hey, I want a piece of that.
And we will see one of those real-world drivers in the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series for GMS Racing, Rajah Caruth, tomorrow, qualified in during duel number 1 for the Podium 500. Kevin Champagne will now be alongside Garrett Maines. Chase Pierce, after falling backwards in that inside lane, he's going to restart third here alongside Matthew Baker. Pace car peels off. Going to be 14 laps, or 13 laps down, starting lap 14. Duel 2, the Podium 500, back underway.
Champagne wanted to get up to that top line once again, but Maines just had too good of a start. So you talked about not wanting to be on that bottom line and not having a chance to sneak up. I'm curious how far down the 94 is going to wind up unless Pierce can push him forward.
Good shove here, back up front, Kevin Champagne. Pierce giving him a massive push, and they're going to outduel the momentum of the outside lane coming off of turn number 2. Haven't really talked about him yet, though, but someone who you know is always going to be making some outrageous and successful moves at Daytona. He's one of the better ones at it, Malik Ray. Right now with Champagne moving up to the top, he is that white number 7 car, 4th car back on the outside lane. Always watch for Malik Ray to move, shake, and make everybody else react to what he is doing, because he's someone who just feels like he knows where he needs to go and what he needs to do, what he needs to do to get up front.
I'm honestly impressed because we saw this from Kevin in the heats as well. I don't know how he just always manages to bubble up to the top. And right now with Maines helping him, it seems like that high line honestly had a really good hookup last time, which is what made it so hard for them down the backstretch to get ahead. Everybody seems to be very knowledgeable about what they're doing. We've also got Donovan Strauss. He's another of our Black Stripe drivers running the eNASCAR series here soon. And he's in his sophomore season, so he's now had time to really settle in. And not a veteran, I would say, but he's got plenty under the belt to help guide him today.
For the first time in this duel, Malik Ray and Donovan Strauss make a duck to the inside lane, and instantaneously Chase Pierce was saying, "Thank you, I do not want to be here anymore." He fills a hole on the outside lane, but Malik Ray right now getting a massive push from Donovan Strauss. They're catching up, put number 7 to P1.
It's like somebody coming into the party and talking to the person you've been trying to get away from forever, and finally you can get out the door. But yeah, the 5 just was in a hurry to get up to that top line. And yet as soon as he does that, well, here you go. They push their way to the front anyways.
And how about Malik Ray and Donovan Strauss? Textbook move here in these Gen 7 cars. Dips down to the inside, has momentum, and they now shuffle themselves into the front 2 cars. Champagne, they'll fall back to 3rd. Maine's the 4th car in line, and then you get those cars on the inside lane. And again, it feels like if you don't have some sort of guy who's just really talented and really knows what you're doing on super speedways like we saw Carruth do and Ray and Strauss do right now, it is so difficult to pull this inside lane forward.
Yeah, and it's not like Austin Johnson is just nobody here. He's got 5.7K I rating. So he and John Ward should hopefully be able to try and make some inroads. And they are now that they are on the shorter line. Oh, are we going to go 3 wide here? Someone's getting hung out to dry, and it's Champagne.
He has led the majority of this race, got shuffled back by Strauss and Ray, and then there was a little wiggle there from the outside lane. He's going to find a spot, though, remain inside the top 20. He plummets back to 12. It also causes a massive gap here, and we have one taker to slide to the outside.
That's the 40 of Kwame Scott, and looks like the 92 going to do likewise. So the poor 21 still not getting any help and just falls backwards. So yeah, a lot of drivers taking the advice that I said, which is as soon as there's an opening, just take it, slide in nice and coolly, and just settle in for a few laps. Hopefully nothing happening as we watch from Atchison's view.
Final transfer spot in that 20th position, and unfortunately for the inside lane, you can see the front of the inside lane rolling itself back all the way to that 20th transfer position. And this is where it hurts. When you're someone outside the transfer spot, this is where it hurts because you see what's happening. I see the inside lane plummeting. I can't move. Well, they're going to move down there and we're going to wreck.
They're really
I was going to say, you can't move down there and move forward. Someone did move down there, and this is one of the results.
They only moved forward a little bit farther down the track. I think the 8, unfortunately, is about the start of that one. That would be Aaron Brown. Although it wasn't...
He's still going. Look at him. He's good.
Yeah, I was kind of noticing that. He wasn't the exact start. I'm trying to see here, and we've got the replay now. Kevin Fraze in the 25. Yeah, he's the one in the middle that just gets bumped down, and the poor 8, unfortunately, gets hooked by him. And then becomes, well, that's one of the fastest reverse gears I've ever seen, honestly.
He's rolling, man. Rolling on that outside. Has some damage to fix, though. One more time here. I'm going to take a look on board here from Nathan Rabideau.
Already made one lucky escape. Let's see if he gets another. Doesn't look like it. Oh.
Are you kidding me?
Oh. Can I have whatever he's got in his pocket when he's done with this race? Twice!
Boy, oh boy, and that Nexus Esports machine, not only does it look good, but it's still clean after a few close calls and near hits. He's able to continue going on here. We'll have 40 to go as we cross the stripe this time. And man, I tell you what, that I told DJ earlier we had another near hit like that. And I said, man, that's fun. And he's like, well, for us. not so much for him. It's fun to look back on, but in the moment, man, woo.
And that's one thing that always impresses me with the drivers that reach this top level, which I was never able to get myself to. I always had a hard time controlling that heart rate. I get the adrenaline going in those things, and it takes me a while to settle back in and really get focused. And you know what? Honestly, this is actually pretty good timing here. We got a lot of takers for pit lane.
Yeah, they see what's happening here. I think everyone can make it on fuel at this point. They're going to be able to go, if we go to regulation, just 40 laps on this tank. So Ray dips down and brings everyone along with him. And this is where pit stop execution comes into play. It's so easy to lose spots here at Daytona on pit road. Under green and caution. Wasn't sure their mains, I thought, was backing up there. I might be wrong. Did he? Yeah, so mains ended up having to back up. He's going to lose some crucial time here. He was second. He's going to pop out around fifth. New leader, Michael Cozy Jr.
Yeah, Ansman unfortunately missed his pit stall, so he'll have to cycle back around. Easy to do if you haven't been down pit lane after the race has started. It'll look silly because in the real world, you know exactly where your pit stall is. You had time to prepare. You were with your team when everybody's setting up and whatnot. But in here, for those that don't realize, iRacing will essentially assign you a pit stall once you grid. So if you're towards the back of the field, you won't have as good of an idea. Up at the front in the top 10, you got some time to think, you have some time to look for it. If you're at the back, you basically have to hit the pit cone and then try and be absolutely ready immediately to zip to the left and hit into your pits. If you miss it for whatever reason, either because there's cars blocking your view or you can't safely get over, or you just somehow forgot that, oh, I qualified in the back, I needed to get over, that sort of thing happens. I've seen it so many times in sim racing. It looks and feels silly, but it's understandable.
Big trouble for your leader going on to pit road. He had himself a 14.8 second pit stop, spent 33.3 seconds on pit road. That shuffled him from the lead. Now he's going to restart all the way back in the 13th position. Along with him was Garrett Maines. They were in the front together, right? Well, Maines is back to 6th. After this exchange, they will both gain one spot, though, with Dennis Ansman returning onto pit road to get his service. Well, another one of our partners here at Podium Esports includes Boosted.biz, and this is someone that you can really use to build your brand. They build a custom platform for your brand to sell your products. They take care of the entire process, and you pay nothing out of pocket to grow your brand while they handle all the logistics. That includes website creation, custom logo or designing, shipping and handling, customer service, production, and of course their high-quality product inventory. Visit boosted.biz today. Start building your brand.
What's interesting about this caution is I went to check to see who all's still in the hunt. We still have all 40 cars on the lead lap. I didn't realize that we'd been that successful despite plenty of accidents, and some of them not small accidents, that there's still cars that have been able to get what damage they needed repaired and stay out there. Now, I don't know how fast they are, but I expected for us to at least have a couple cars a lap down by now.
Yeah, and iRacing feels a little bit different with these Gen 7 cars. Of course, in the real world and in the sim world, it's so easy to break a toe link on these cars. I mean, they seem so fragile, but iRacing has done a good job allowing these cars to do a little bit more of what they do in the real world. They're a little bit more battle tested, and we've seen throughout this Podium 500 that licks can be fixed. The big hits are big hits, but licks, bounces, kisses, it's all fixable damage, even in an aerodynamic sense, and it allows 40 cars, even after these cautions, to remain on the lead lap.
Exactly, and well, we're going to get ready to restart here, Devin, and we're getting close to the halfway mark of this one, so pressure's going to be on.
38 to go. Cozy, Baker, Ward, Pierce, and Holder, your top 5.
We're not seeing Champagne leading this group for once. He's stuck in the back, but we were watching Matthew Baker before, wanting to get to that high side. This time he's going to try and maybe take the lead. Boy, he and the 71 are just a rocket ship right now.
How about that for the inside lanes? We have a new leader, Matthew Baker. He's been up front all day, but now he takes command of the field. Chase Pierce, who spent so long on the inside lane, he's like, yes, I'm on the outside groove again. I thought I'd be stuck here again. He now sits in P2 in front of Maines and Cozy.
Well, it doesn't seem too bad on the restarts, which makes sense because momentum hasn't really come upwards.
Baker gave up too much room.
And so he's going to be able to jump in front in time, but that's definitely going to slow those bottom guys down.
know, I do that sometimes too. I'm trying to be nice, give some room, stay off the wall. He's gonna pay for it here. Falls from first, and he's gonna slither himself all the way back, almost outside the top 5 now.
Well, Pierce is probably pretty happy about that. He helped him get up there, and now he gets rewarded with the top of the high line, along with Garrett Maines, of all people, to help push him along, with Michael Cozy as backup on top of things. Like, that is a hugely stacked top line up at the front.
Garrett Maines led 7 laps in last year's Podium 500 with that controversial finish. Trying to get himself that $1,000 payday today, but you gotta watch out for this middle lane. Malik Ray, he's in the back of it. It's being led by Donovan Strauss, and they're making some hay right now down the middle.
And in fact, it looks like I think the 92 of Ward ducked in there as soon as he saw what was happening. Strauss is gonna hook up with him. How is the middle lane gonna work here? Because recent races I've seen, the middle tends to not be all that great. They're making it work even as narrow as Daytona is.
And we even see in the real world, last year's Daytona 500, they were primarily too wide. They didn't go 3 wide too often here. The inside lane absolutely disintegrates. The middle is now starting to fall apart, but per usual, the outside groove continues to hold strong.
92 is going to pay the price for that one. He gets dropped and just falls backwards. So yeah, bottom line tries to team back up again. Now it's going to be Strauss with Guerrero just in front of him as they come across the line. Oh, and here's a complication. They got lap traffic.
That is a slow car on the inside. Inside groove's going to have to shimmy on up, and then they're 3 wide behind this group. It might be okay. They might get off the corner in time. Lap car, get down!
No. Oh, and a big
that,
checkup. Wow.
That was right around the 20th position. A few drivers are really going to be unhappy here with this because that forced that inside line to slam on the brakes.
Philip in the 20, I'm guessing one of those that was not able to repair it to 100% because he got caught very fast. And
trouble up front. We had like 3 different incidents right there. Near incidents. Another one is Liam Sheen got squirrely. He's losing positions now. Nathan Rabideau, who has done a tremendous job avoiding incidents, he's now put himself inside a transfer spot.
Sheen's already survived one incident at the very start of this race. I'm a bit surprised that it's suddenly getting so frantic, and somebody's even dropping down low.
Jesse Atchison is saying, no, I'm done.
Yeah, again, that maybe I'm just way more of a chicken than a lot of these guys, but that's kind of my take. If I start seeing all this craziness, I'm like, all right, you guys have fun. I'm going to wait until later in the race.
Much more chaotic than what we saw in duel number 1 as we're nearing the halfway point to decide the final 20 cars in this year's $1,000 to win Podium 500. Garrett Maines leads the way, Chase Pearson second, Cozy in third. They're all on the outside lane. The only cars who have really taken it to the lead and overtook the leaders from the inside lane, well, they're in the inside lane right now. In fact, Donovan Strauss and Malik Ray, they're currently sitting there right now trying to find their way back up front.
And I tell you what, I guess for some pulling the curtain back for some viewers who weren't aware, both DJ Clark, who was on here earlier, and I do some work for Williams Esports. So we've been very close to Donovan Strauss there, leading that bottom line, and we've seen him grow over the past year. So I'm trying to stay impartial, but I can't help but feel a little bit of pride seeing this young man work his way to the front and looking good tonight.
Strauss and Ray have done a tremendous job working together in the opening portion of this race to get themselves up front and just have themselves an opportunity to move into the Podium 500. How about the third car back on that inside lane behind those 2 pros? Sean Boundy, the 34 machine, he's trying to make some hay as well, get himself up front with the rest of this crew. He's got the Podium 500 car behind him. For the most part, these guys are at least keeping pace for the most part with the outside lane, not really making that big momentum swing like we saw earlier, though.
Yeah, and I think they're making smart decisions now that they've kind of gotten rid of all the troublemakers there up front. It does look a lot calmer these last couple laps, and the rows look a lot more in line with one another.
How about that Podium 500 car, the 92 of John Ward? We saw him in an incident. We saw him get sucked in the black hole down the middle, and he has himself in the 9th position right now, 4 back in that inside lane, and Ward currently just keeps putting himself back into a position to make the Podium 500. He keeps on getting slugged backwards, but somehow he keeps on coming forward. This inside lane continues to move forward as well. Strauss has himself clear. He wants to bring Malik Ray with him, though. At the very least, they know that they can lead this inside lane with momentum, so I don't think that they're going to be overly aggressive to get that out to that outside lane. They want to make sure that both of them can comfortably fit up high above and in front of mains.
And you always have to remember the human element in all of this. Yes, racing drivers are instinctively going to be selfish people, but if you've got someone that's been working well with you and you also know them well, don't hang them out to dry. Stick with them. That's why he needs that 7 to clear with him, is because he wants to essentially return the favor so that when the time comes late in the race, they can continue to work together successfully so that the 7 hasn't lost trust in you.
And you're hoping that hopefully later tomorrow afternoon,
exactly,
you guys might be able to work all together too. Hey, I remember you. Yeah, we did good together.
Yeah, it's they always remember. Drivers have memories like elephants is the phrase that gets tossed around a lot. And yeah, if you've been done wrong, you're not exactly going to be sitting there ready to push someone to victory. But in this case, these two seem to be working together very, very well, and they've raced together in eNASCAR pretty frequently. But they're having a tough time. Maines and Pierce are basically just dominating that top line for the last couple laps.
Boy, and Pierce is just enjoying being able to be in the top lane for once. He spent so much time trying to lead that inside lane, right? He was back in 5th, back in 6th, back in 7th as the lead car in the inside group. Once he's been able to move to that outside lane, he's been able to show off that speed and the power that he's able to maintain with this group in the outer groove.
All right, we're going to hit that halfway mark here, Devin, and it's looking good right now, knocking on wood. Are we going to be able to make it a little while longer before we get any more cautions? Because we got a spate of them there for a while in the first half.
And I got to believe that everyone's good on fuel. That's why we dipped down and got fuel 20 laps into the race. On board here with Jacob Dunn. This is, on the outside looking in, that number 19 machine is the last car who's currently inside the Podium 500. Max Lane trying to work his way into 20th. And for now, kind of like up front, we're pretty calm. We're pretty, I don't want to say relaxed, but we're just sitting back, you're picking your marks, and we're not hectic. We're not 3 wide constantly like we were sometimes in Duel 1. Right now, you're picking your lane, making it work.
A little bit more lap traffic. Phillip is going to get overtaken again. And once again, he is staying, well, he didn't have a choice in the corner. He had to stay above the yellow line, but he stayed above it here through the tri-oval as well. Looks like they're going to get by, but now... Another
lap car shaking up the front of the field. Maines gets hung out to dry. Back to the lead is going to be Chase Pierce.
Oh, and there's the yellow. Freeze involved in it. A number of cars. Someone, I think, on their lid, if I'm seeing right.
Wouldn't be the first time. Well, I guess it would. Stolnick almost ended up on his lid. Actually, the 8 car earlier today did. And this all is going to start, I think, around that transfer spot. The 44 car gets stuck in an accordion effect, and it just goes wrong from there. Yeah, Liam Sheen was in 15th position when they all check up, and a few drivers get turned around.
There's a little Tony Hawk, and thankfully does not completely tip over, although really came close.
That was Tony Hawk there, yeah.
Yeah, he is in pit lane, unfortunately, because, and I think he's our first official retirement, potentially. Yes, he is. Wow.
No fast repairs. Too much damage, and you're done. This happens right in front of the transfer spot, and this is going to affect a lot of competitors.
Well, if it was Tony Hawk and skateboarding, we would call that being primo, which is not desirable in that either, so... Okay, did Rabideau do it again? Oh my goodness. Oh. How?
Might have got some internet help, but I couldn't care less. 3 incredible escapes for Rabideau, and whatever he had for breakfast this morning, I want the same thing.
I cannot believe that. It's not fair that someone gets all the luck like that. How come I can't get that?
Well, you know, Joe, if you signed up for the Podium 500, the 6th running is going to be next to Nalkin. But, I mean, I don't... First of all, for all you guys watching, that is the key, not ARCA braking, first of all, right? Let's slow down. A few cars coming on pit road here. Might be trying to top off in case they're worried about green-white checkers. This is Strauss and Ray coming in together here. Interesting strategy as they were inside the top 5. They're gonna bring a couple drivers with them. Some of them were kind of towards the back or damaged in that wreck.
Yeah, so from what I understand from some previous 500 miles I was covering a couple weeks ago here at Daytona, I believe these next gens can do about 38 to 40 laps. Since they were pretty close on the cusp, I think that might be what they're doing, and they are taking tires while they're in here. So it doesn't seem like just a splash and dash, but I guess you might as well if you're going to be giving up that track position.
Yeah, unlimited sets, so you can do whatever you want.
So, but yeah, I wonder if that was just a little uncomfortable for their taste. I mean, we're getting some yellows, so that is giving them a little bit of that fuel back. But again, it's what is that? An ounce of prevention prevents like a pound of worry or something. I don't know what the phrase is.
All I know is an apple a day keeps the doctor away. That's
too,
the only
yeah.
one like related to what you were saying. I don't know that one.
But yeah, so it could be just. You know what? It's better to take the safe route in this situation rather than gamble and find ourselves in a spot, because they can always do things from now to the end to put themselves back up to the front. If it gets to the end and they're out of fuel, there's not much they can do there.
And I think we're going to have a 2-box potentially on this restart, maybe the first couple of laps, because watching that 7 and 51 car coming up the field, that's going to be a show when we go back green with about 23 laps to go. But you know that those two are going to be making hay, getting themselves back up front and throwing some punches.
All right, it's an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure, is what it was. So,
yeah, okay.
I had to Google that so that nobody thinks that I just suddenly had that flash of inspiration there.
Well, glad to have everybody with us here and learning new things, hopefully, too. Here on the 2023 5th annual running of the Podium 500. If you're in the Twitch chat, just glad to have you here. We've had some very interesting conversations throughout the day, so be sure that you're engaging and just having a good time in the chat, guys. And glad to have you here and hope to see you tomorrow starting at noon Eastern for the 5th running of the Podium 500. Earlier, the consensus was the top stake is medium rare. I'm kind of more of a medium guy, but I also buy very cheap steaks. So medium rare for me on my very cheap steaks is typically a little bit too not tender enough. So that's a personal choice, though, I guess. I don't get high-end stuff around here.
Yeah, no, I'm the same. I'm the weirdo that likes medium well, honestly. So that's me.
So we'll get ready here. Coming back to the line, 23 laps to go. Chase Pierce in the lead. Michael Cozy on his outside. Maines in third, Holder in fourth. Boundy and Johnson make up row 3. Champagne is still near the front. He's alongside John Ward. Vicente Guerrero is in ninth. Matthew Baker rounds out the top 10. Atchison, who has been running kind of near the cut line, is in 11th. Ty Bass, one of our LCQ qualifiers, is in 12th. Max Lange in 13th. Kwame Scott makes up row 7. Nathan Rabideau and all of his hay-making avoidance-level maneuvers is in 15th. Chris Schubert is in 16th. Tolek, Avila, Milam, Harvey. Those are your 20 transfers at this moment. 23 laps to go. Finding out the final 20 cars in tomorrow's Podium 500.
Good start for that 71 of Pierce, but he needs Maines to really hook up with him. And unfortunately for them, that high line is already hooked up. And there it is. Now the bottom line is starting to work together well.
Maines with a big shove. And I think everybody knows exactly where that 71 car wants to go. He wants to go to the top. He's able to carry Maines with him, and that will relinquish the lead of the inside lane to Austin Johnson. He's kind of falling back right now. He's got Ward on the rear bumper, but again, now it's time to see this inside lane can make some moves. Speaking of moves being made, Malik Gray, he just knows where to go, what to do. Don't shoot the middle there. Figure this out. It's going to be interesting to see exactly where Malik Gray and Donovan Strauss end up here after a couple laps.
Yeah, and he was pushing him right into the car ahead there for a brief moment. But that did give you a sense of how fast they could approach each other with the slipstream here and with a good pull. He had to really actually legitimately get on the brakes there to stay out of the 03. And that you need to be very aware of your surroundings, very sensible about the decisions you make when you're in this middle of the pack. And well, sensible does not include not going 3 wide if you're Malik Ray, because we're going to follow in that group here.
Ray leads the middle pack. He had to have a big checkup, though. Strauss directly behind him. Allen Wilson in that black and red 79. And then here's Justin Malilla. We were just on board with one of the drivers of Monday Night Racing for the championship event coming up on Monday right here on Podium Esports. Ray and Strauss, though, still strong down the middle. They moved themselves into a transfer behind them. Everyone trying to get behind those two hot shots, and they just collide behind them.
Yeah, unfortunately, they were still trying to follow through. It looked like, unfortunately for Schubert's, Allen Wilson tried to make it 4 wide for a brief moment. And while 3 can work, 4 here just does not go.
So you see that group in the middle here. And right behind them, I think someone tries to jump in front of the 79 car, and that's what starts all of this, is trying to jump in and get behind those 2 guys who were bringing a few cars to the front.
Interestingly, they gave an EOL to Dudai. So trying to see... Okay, that was not involved in the wreck. They're saying he hung back and jumped the start on that last one. So that's what that was for.
How about Justin Malilla? We keep talking about wreck avoidance. A little bit of a tap there.
Yeah. Not as impressive as Nathan's rabbit foot there, but still a great job to stay out of it.
I think it's Landon Castle and Parker Klickerman call him Nathan Rabbit-Dabba-Doo. Today it's Nathan Rabbit's foot.
Yes.
It's going to stay that way, I think.
It needs to. Dear God, I've never seen someone that gets that ridiculously lucky this many times in a single race.
Final 20 laps, 50 miles to go to determine our final 20 drivers entering tomorrow's Podium 500. $1,000 to win, nearly $500 for everyone who finishes inside the top 5. At least $100 if you finish inside the top 10. At the very least, you get your entry fee back just by starting the race, plus a couple bucks. So be sure to join us tomorrow, noon Eastern, the 5th annual running of the Podium 500.
So if you get that 221 for tonight, what would you be spending it on, Devin?
Well, first of all, I wouldn't win for that reason. But I would probably spend that $221 on someone building me a setup.
Ah, very nice.
Because I can't do it myself. Lord knows, though, I wouldn't be able to race the setup well enough, so it wouldn't matter. But I guess I'd go get us some pretty good pizzas, get some Italian food.
Go and get pizzas.
Mexican
you can
buffet.
get a lot of pizzas for $221.
I'd be set pretty well.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm going to the best tasting pizza place, getting the most expensive pizza. That's my $221.
Caviar pizza, right?
That's the goal. That's the goal.
There you go. I like that.
But it's hard. It's tough to get into these events in the first place. Anyone can enter the Podium 500 or any other really money-winning events. We've seen them through a number of groups. Of course, we've done the Retro 500 the past few years. This is the 5th running of the Podium 500, and it's open to anyone. Derek Watson just actually told us, instead of getting pizza with that $221, go and get a properly cooked steak, not at medium well.
That's fine. That's you guys can enjoy it how you want. I don't have to cook it for you. I'm just having them cook it for me.
But anyone can join these races. All you gotta do is pay the entry fee, put in some practice, and try your hand taking on some real-world drivers, some of the best racers in the sim, these pros who race in the eNASCAR Coca-Cola Series, and just give it your best shot. Anyone can enter these. If this is interesting you, all you gotta do next year, follow Podium Esports on Twitter, and you'll get plenty of alerts when it's time to sign up for next year's Podium 500. Sign on up, give it a shot, and that's all it takes.
I do hope that this is enticing a few people as well, just onto iRacing in general, because that's the other thing, is that a lot of people don't realize if you've got the computer and a wheel and a pedal set, honestly, you can technically get away without the wheel and pedal set. I wouldn't recommend it. But once you have those basic things, you sign up for iRacing and get out there, and you can take part in a private event like this. At any point, you can you can get in the next gen car and see if you can do as well. Because we all love to be armchair experts. I mean, that's almost literally the job of Devin and I up here, is to be armchair experts. But to actually get out there and say, all right, I think I can really do this, you can prove yourself. And I highly encourage anybody that thinks this looks like fun to give it a try.
And I tell you what, if I'm in this race right now, it doesn't matter if I'm first or if I'm 40th, my heart is pumping. I cannot explain to you that regardless of what you think of dudes playing a video game with a steering wheel in their office or whatever, it is simulated racing, real adrenaline, real emotions. And right now, these guys coming back to the green flag with 17 laps to go with a chance to make the Podium 500 in an atmosphere where anything can happen at Daytona. The heart rate is up, the emotions are high, and the intensity is about to get raised. Chase Pierce will lead us back to green alongside Garrett Maines. Johnson, Cozy, Holders, the top 5. Ward, Guerrero, Boundy, Atchison, Champagne, the top 10. Lange, Baker, Rabbit's Foot, Bass, Ray, your top 15. And then Scott, Tolik, Strauss, Avila, and Sergio. Those are your top 20. Inside the transfers, Melillo, Wilson, Mikola Jr., Dunn, and Cook, all on the outside, looking in to make the Podium 500. 17 laps to go, back underway in our final duel of the Podium 500.
Chase got a really good jump. He just about got ahead of Maines, and then unfortunately couldn't pull up inside of him in time. So he's going to have to do it the hard way with a friend helping to push him. It really seems like that top line is the place to be in this duel. Nobody wants to be on the bottom, even if they're at the front.
The average I rating in our 2 duels today, 3,900. And that includes numerous drivers above 8,000, above 9,000. In this race, at a 9,200 I rating, Garrett Maines leads the field coming to 16 laps to go.
For those not familiar with iRacing, I'm pretty middle of the pack. The highest my I rating has ever been is 3,900, and that's the average here. So that gives you an idea of the skill level that you're dealing with.
Ray shoots the middle. Of course, behind him is Strauss. They get 1 spot, 2 spot, 3 spot, 4. And now the 5 car tries to duck, and he gets tagged, and Malik Ray's gonna go around as well. Big wreck just outside the top 10.
Strauss gets into it. Melillo is caught up. Ansman. I see Tulloch in there. Yeah, this might have been the biggest one that we've seen yet. I don't think there was a lot of big hits. Everybody just kind of casually strolled into one another, but it's still undesirable, especially this late in the day. And did we finally see Rabbit's Foot run out of luck here? Let's watch from above.
When the 51 and the 7 are coming up, you want to get in line with them. The move was too late, though, and it causes havoc here. With 16 laps to go at Daytona in duel number 2.
Going back to watch, and the 93 got 2 decent hits. I think he'll get away with it, but yeah, he finally ran out of that notorious luck. And we're going to give it one more angle here. Just when things get out of line, unfortunately, trouble tends to emerge. You want to hold your line as best you can, and that's a lot harder than you'd think. You do have to practice and train for that, and that's one thing that struck me when I gave a go at this super speedway racing many years ago, is that I just felt like my car was weaving and bobbling all over the place compared to the guys around me, and I just didn't understand how they were able to hold the line. And you can see just that little move, that's all it took. And there's such huge consequences for everybody around.
I think Baker there might have been trying to get in front of Malik Ray and Donovan Strauss. Hook onto that tempo because, boy, they were coming fast. I was counting them like sheep. And that's what it turns into. The 5 of Matthew Baker actually will remain in the 14th spot, probably with minimal damage, too. So he's going to be probably pretty okay out of this. But we do see our first 2 black flags due to incident limits. Kevin Freeze is serving a drive-through penalty. He reached 17 incident points to get a disqualification at 25. Also, I mean, he's been lucky, but apparently not as lucky as we've been considering. Nathan Rabbit's Foot also is to 17 incident points, so he gets a drive-through penalty as well.
Yeah, can only go on so far, but The good news is, based on the yellows that we've seen, if we get another of those, and it does seem like it's trending towards that, once he serves that, if we have one more before they're able to come around and lap him, he should be able to catch back up. But that's what he's really got to hope for at this point.
And that is a substantial shakeup to the front half of this field. Maines and Johnson lead the field. Pierce and Holder will make up row 2. So you got Cozy, Moundy, Ward, Champagne, Guerrero, and Bass, your top 10. Then you have Scott and Atchison, Avila, Baker, and Rabideau. I think he still has to serve a drive-through, though. That's the top 15. Strauss will remain in the 16th spot. He did not pit with that damage. Tolick in 17th, Wilson, Zimmerman, and Cook in the top 20. We have not really talked about Brandon Zimmerman or Jake Cook for the majority of this race. And then Kenneth Reedinger, Dennis Ansman, who came out of the LCQ, Kenneth McCullough Jr., also out of the LCQ, Max Lange, all guys who we have not talked about much today. They are either just inside or just outside this spot right now to qualify for the Podium 500, and it comes from some of these cautions and wreck avoidance here in these past few laps.
And I'm not too surprised that things are picking up there with the yellows, because, again, like I said, this is it. There's nothing beyond this other than just sitting and watching. And so drivers are getting antsy out there. And you have to remember, like I said earlier, there's all kinds of effort and preparation they've probably been putting into this practice, working with teammates, going over that. And when it gets down to this, you don't want to give all that up. You want to try and be able to carry on. So you're gonna make those big moves, those hero moves, or what you hope will be hero moves, so that you can stick with it. Because now it is, in fact, go time. 13 to go, 12 to go once we actually get green flag racing, and you can't sit around at the back. Now, we have fewer cars on the lead lap than before, but not enough that you can really rest on your laurels.
Yeah, we have far more cars on the lead lap than we did back in duel number 1. We should pass 35 cars on the lead lap, which means 35 cars with a chance to make the Podium 500 tomorrow. And we talked about this in the last duel, and part of the reason why that last duel ended the way that it did with those moves and the caution, that is a product of money racing. $1,000 to win tomorrow. Just to qualify, you get your money back. You might win 500, you might win 700, you might win 1,000. On top of that, so let's just go with that. So you gotta be top 20 in order to qualify for tomorrow. On top of that, to win the race today, $221. The way you finish in the top 20 is how you line up on the outside row tomorrow. There's so much at stake. Every position matters. And when you're at a track like Daytona, you feel like you can go from 35th to 20th in 2 laps. And that creates the product of money racing, where it's intense, not smart moves are made, and everybody is all out fighting for what they can get. Maines and Johnson reset us with 12 laps to go here at Daytona. Who will be the final 20 in the Podium 500?
A smooth start here. I'm watching to see if our drivers manage to clear those black flags quickly and get through the pit lane and get back out. But will we go green from here? That's the question. Because, like I said, I wouldn't bet on it based on what we've been witnessing. It just doesn't seem like the drivers are willing to step down from any opportunity at this stage.
We seem to be at least a little bit calmed out. That's going to change here as the laps wind down. This time by just 11 laps to go. Chase Pierce on the inside lane. Hasn't had much luck there, but he hasn't had Michael Cozy Jr. pushing him. The car breaking off right now, that is Rabideau. He has a pass-through penalty here to make. But for the most part right now, that inside lane, for the first time tonight, it feels like, is really keeping pace with the outside group.
How long is it going to stay there is my question. Right now, Pierce is doing his best to work with Cozy to the best of their ability. Ooh, big moment, and that causes a checkup behind. Some cars wrecking, but they're off the racing line.
No caution yet. They're still wrecking up ahead, and now the caution's going to come out as that wreck came back up the track and collected a slew of cars right in front of Donovan Strauss, too, who was riding in 15th. He's going to find a way to get out of this. Looks like he tagged one of the cars, and they all slide in front of him, too. There's about 3 different incidents here.
Yeah, the 8s down there, the red and white, or excuse me, 3 rather, is the one that eventually brings out the yellow. You'll see him get tipped around in and amongst his group, and it's almost, my goodness, it avoided him multiple times before it finally caught up with him. And yeah, Strauss managing that just beautifully. Is he finding that luck now? Gets a little bit of a nudge to the side, sees another car. Yeah, he's the one that tips them around.
That's everyone just fighting for the real estate. It actually looked like Strauss there just kind of held his line, and the 79 car is just doing what he can to avoid people. And you see the mess here. They're 4 wide, just trying to avoid the wrecks in front of them. That was about 3 different incidents all happening at once that everyone's reacting to. And just about all of those cars that you saw initially wreck were inside a transfer spot. On board with Melillo.
Okay, let's see if he gets away with it. I'm looking, it does look like he did make it through based on his position right now. So let's see what his experience is. Look at somebody, as soon as they saw the smoke, they went low. He's going to stay in the main part of the track, watching it just kind of drift back and forth in front of him. And like you said, brakes are important. There are so many guys that just don't understand. It's better to try and get the car woed up. It's better to get hit from behind because you were trying to avoid than sit there and plow into somebody at full force. And Melillo stays completely clean.
And if you are a Justin Melillo, if you are a Malik Ray, if you're a Brock Whitehead, Kwame Scott, Colton Harvey, most of these guys were pretty far behind, outside the top 25, outside the top 30. This wreck right here, with us going green and with around 7 laps to go, puts you in position to get yourself into this top 20. Right now, Malik Ray has shimmied himself into 19th. Melillo now moved to 22nd after that wreck, and he was, I think, outside the top 30 at that. So this is where those wrecks like that put other guys in position to make it work.
Kind of curious about some of those drivers that we saw really up at the front often before and then maybe got caught up in some things but are still in it. Kevin Champagne's still in 11th. Curious if he'll be able to work his way forward if we do get some green flag racing here, because I don't think he's out of it by any stretch of the imagination. And we've seen Guerrero up there a lot, but the 14's still in 6th, so he's actually not too far back, but can he manage to move forward? Strauss, we saw have that narrow escape. He's been kind of hovering up at the front. He's down at 15th, and you talked about Malik Ray going from outside the advancing positions to maybe trying to push back forward. Could he maybe? He said he likes to be aggressive.
And this is kind of a trend that we haven't seen yet today in our 2 LCQs in the duel race earlier. We've really seen a lot of cars in the top 10 and in the top 5 start the race outside the top 15, outside the top 20, outside the top 25. Well, right now, every driver in the top 5 started the race 13th or better. But we do have a hard charger inside the top 10, Johnny Avila, who was only 3 spots to the good out of his LCQ. He is currently in the 8th position after starting 37th. Again, even in a shorter race like this, if you have the right brakes and the right amount of talent, you can put yourself in position to make a race like the Podium 500.
Sometimes you just get those Cinderella stories. If you're in the right place at the right time and make good decisions, then you've got a good shot. That said, I think Avila has some damage. No, maybe not. Maybe it was just the angle. I was looking at him from our perspective here. But I thought maybe the car had a little bit of left rear. I guess it does appear to be okay.
So when we go back green, it will be 7 laps to go. We do have a green-white checkered maximum attempt of 3. Not 60, I said 60 earlier. 60 lap race. 3 green-white checkered attempts, and also we've already seen pass-throughs for an incident limit. There is a pass-through at 17 incident points, but a disqualification at 25. We saw someone in an LCQ did get disqualified from almost inside a transfer spot due to that incident point limit. Last opportunity to put yourself in a position to make the final 20 cars in this year's Podium 500. The way they finish, that's how we set up the outside row for tomorrow's race at noon Eastern. 7 laps to go. Pace car peels off. Pierce and Cozy will bring us back to the green flag. Watch the battle for 20th.
man, before they even hit the line, the 21 of Johnson is pushing the 71 hard. And in fact, there's a lot of people pushing. They got to be careful about that. They don't want this to bust up. And it looks like they've got it under control. But man, that 71 has enjoyed a very good second half of the race.
Max Lange, the next victim of the incident point limit. He'll serve a pass-through penalty. Pierce continues to lead the way, but watch out that inside lane. It's gaining steam. It's Michael Cozy Jr. putting the 99 to the point.
He's getting help from John Ward behind him. Another one that's been up and down the order, but definitely has the speed. Oh, look at that, going to the high side. That's Maines, and they just drop Ward like a bad habit.
Split decision there, and the outside lane continues trucking forward. Michael Cozy Jr., your leader. Garrett Maines in second. Chase Pierce in third. 6 laps to go in duel number 2.
Oh my goodness, Colton Harvey had a major save as he was fishtailing out of the tri-oval back there. They nearly had a wreck in the back of the field, but we stay green with about 5.5 laps to go. The front is definitely a lot calmer than the back right now.
Yeah, we're moving and shaking around that 20th position. They just separated, though. Malik Ray and Donovan Strauss have found each other once again. They are in 18th and 19th. That black 12 car to the inside of them, that's Lawson Peel in the final transfer spot. They have now gapped that second group by about 0.3 of a second. Colton Harvey, Brandon Zimmerman trying to do what they can to claw themselves back up to this pack. And right, dude, they're throwing slide jobs on one another. They're losing this pack a little bit. They're going to catch up eventually, but this top 20 is going to get busy here in a minute.
Absolutely, and with them being caught by Scott, Harvey, Rabideau, those guys don't want to sit below that 20 marker where Peel was a moment ago, and he's already getting swallowed up as they're making it 3 wide back there, desperate to try and make it through to the big show.
3 wide for the 21st position. That pack of cars still trying to meet Malik Ray, who's in 20th right now. Zimmerman will pass him for the final transfer spot as he's getting passed on both sides. He's on his way out. Rabbit's Foot now has himself in the final transfer spot as they're all going to collide here. 3 wide for the final transfer in the Podium 500.
We've got green-white checkers up our sleeve if we need them, and the way they are racing, I'm pretty sure we will. 3 wide's working so far, but the 23 is going to jump up to the top line.
The black 03 on the bottom. That is the final transfer spot. Right now he's under attack from Donovan Strauss in the outside lane. Top 20, move on. Podium 500 tomorrow. Strauss trying to pin his way through the middle. He almost gets tapped at the door. Man, we're getting those final moves. Moving and shaking here to be inside the top 20. 3 laps to go in duel number 2.
I think there are very few friends in that backpack. It's every man for himself. Malik Ray is going to pull that middle groove again. He and Strauss have been doing that a lot today. And for Malik, it's actually working.
Oh, they get shaky. Rabideau gets turned, and they're going to crash just outside the transfer spot. And that will bring out the caution, and we're going to set up some green-white checkers.
Alan Wilson and Aaron Brown got a big piece of it as well, just shoved up to the outside wall, unfortunately. In fact, the 8, oh, did we have a DQ in there? I saw a car disappear. Oh, it was Rabideau.
Boy, what was a tremendous day with so many avoidances. Rabideau's day will come to an end with that wreck right there, and he instantaneously gets removed from the server. Man, that hurts.
Well, I guess that's the downside to narrowly escaping a lot of wrecks. He probably racked up a lot of 4Xs, and that last one was enough to do him in.
First car removed due to an incident point limit here in these duels. But this is a wreck. Literally, I think 21st or 22nd on back. So, few cars in the wall. Remember, no fast repairs, so whatever damage you're dealt, got to find a way around it, try to get back into the field here as we head into our first attempt at a green and white checkered finish.
Well, last time we did that, it went through all 3 of the green-white checkers and didn't make it to a green flag finish, although we were pretty close. We were a few hundred feet away from the line to getting that white flag on that last attempt. So I wonder if they paid attention to that, or is this the preschool has not learned their lesson yet?
So you can see the top 10 right now on your screen as we get ready to get back side by side here momentarily, I think, for our green-white checkered finish. Behind them, Kevin Champagne is in 11th, Reedinger in 12th, Jay Cook in 13th, Atchison 14th, Freeze, Ray, Malillo, Scott, Strauss, and Harvey. Those are all of your transfers. We'll stack them up next time by. But on the outside looking in is going to be Jacob Dunn, Kenneth McCullough Jr., Jacob Dudai, Lawson Peel, Brandon Zimmerman, Michael Sturgill, Chris Simmerd, Joshua Milam, Peyton Tulloch, Dennis Ansman. All of those cars on the outside looking in. We officially still have 35 cars on the lead lap. That means 35 cars with a chance to make the Podium 500.
There's definitely a few of them that are in pit lane to get repairs done from that last incident. But like you said, they're still in the lead lap now. As long as they don't have to sit there for too long, they should be okay. But we still have this next lap to get double file here, so we're not going quite yet. But I'm sure there's a few very nervous drivers out there, especially those that are close or below that 20 marker.
A privilege to have all of you with us here for the 5th annual running of the Podium 500, our final qualifying races today, and we kick things off tomorrow. Noon Eastern, green flag for the 5th annual Podium 500. This is our final duel of the day to decide the final 20 drivers. We'll race for $1,000 here tomorrow on Podium Esports. Glad to have you in the Twitch chat. Keep on commenting. Keep on thinking who you think's going to win this race. How many green-white checkers do you think we're going to go through? Been a lot of fun down in the chat with you guys today, hanging out and just having some interesting conversations. Glad to have you guys here, and glad to have you guys here tomorrow as well as we kick off the Podium 500 for the 5th year. And of course, when it comes to all of the racing tomorrow, similar rules for the most part. Of course, we're going to go our 500 miles in that race, but for our final race, there's going to be no fast repairs, and we're going to be able to have 3 attempts at a green-white checkered, so very similar to what we're having today in the duels. And also the restart zone is in effect, so basically the rules that we're racing in these duels with is the rules that we will use tomorrow in the Podium 500.
Well, at least they've got that to prepare them, so it's not going to be any huge surprises, but I think in super speedway racing, you almost have to expect surprises. You have to expect the unexpected and just kind of be prepared for anything out there. But it is definitely a few of those familiar faces. Austin Johnson, John Ward, Chase Pierce, Garrett Maines, Michael Cozy, all up at the front, all looking like they really want those $221.
That's right, $221 to win this duel. And we talked about the balance last duel. The fact that if you're gunning too hard for that $221, you could wreck and not make the Podium 500. How aggressive do you want to be? You got 2 choices here. You want to fight for a spot in the top 20, maybe $221 and win the race. On the other hand, that could all go wrong. You try to fight for that 221, be safe, but then wreck and miss the chance at 1,000 tomorrow.
And that even comes down to that final lap as well, because if we don't have any yellow flags coming out and you're making crazy moves and you wreck on your way to the line and can't drive the car across the finish, you can get knocked out of that top 20 that way.
First attempt at a green-white checkered finish. Maines and Cozy leads us back to the green here for the final duel of the Podium 500.
Cozy working well with Pierce once again, top line. Seems to have it a lot together a lot better than the bottom line. Every time we see these restarts, everybody's pushing enough that they can start to move ahead. But they're not really going to see the effects until we get the momentum up. But can we get to that white flag?
Couple drivers trying to sneak down the middle who are outside the top 20 and looking in. More drivers starting to slide their way up to the top. It's been the dominant line all day. Who can make their way into the Podium 500 this time by? If we don't get a yellow, we'll see the white flag and we will race to the checkers.
Still not looking good if you are Garrett Maines there on the bottom. I think Guero's trying to push as hard as he can, but they are not moving.
White flag is out. We will pass the line. We are coming back to the stripe caution or not.
Cozy's looking really strong, but I wonder how loyal is Pierce going to be? Does he himself want that money prize, or can Austin Johnson pull a blinder? I'd say anybody within the top 10 here have a really good shot at things.
Malik Ray and Donovan Strauss 17th and 18th. They're just barely in front of the transfer. Lawson Peel trying to get around Colton Harvey for the final spot in this year's Podium 500. Through 3 and 4, Cozy overtaken. Pierce making the move for the lead on the inside lane where he struggled at the start of the race. He's trying to make the move for $221. Cozy pokes ahead to the line. We're gonna wreck right across it. Cozy will win the $221, and it looks like we're gonna have our final member of the Podium 500 be Kenneth McCullough Jr. out of the LCQ.
Oof. And let me check to see where he came across. He was 18 thousandths of a second ahead of the next car. He was part of that wrecking group. That was all everybody pushing to be in that 20th position. And he was sliding across the line diagonally as he finished it up.
Our 40-car field for tomorrow's Podium 500 is set. Michael Cozy Jr. taking home the checkered flag in duel number 2 and $221 along with it. He will celebrate, and he's hoping that he'll be doing the same thing tomorrow, starting at 12 Eastern as we kick off the Podium 500, the 5th edition of the race here on Podium Esports. He'll join a slew of incredibly talented drivers because, man, we got ourselves a lot of heavy hitters coming tomorrow. 12 Eastern, be sure to join us. 500 miles from the World Center of Racing. Here are the drivers who will move on to tomorrow's Podium 500. Michael Cozy Jr., Austin Johnson, Johnny Avila, Kenneth Riedinger, Chase Pierce, Garrett Maines, Jesse Atchison, Ty Bass, Sean Boundy, Jay Cook, your top 10, Joe.
Yeah, from there in 11th, it wound up being Matthew Baker, Vicente Guerrero, all the way down to 12th after he was well up the order there on that last restart. Melillo, who was able to avoid some accidents late on, went from 39th to 13th. Strauss squeaked in at 14th. John Ward got shuffled backwards quite a ways. He wound up 15th. Champagne, I expected him to once again be back at the front, but he had to settle for 16th. That still gets you through. Malik Ray made it as well in 17th. Colton Harvey 18th. Kevin Fraze in 19th. And as we said, Kenneth McCullough Jr., the last one to get through.
Lawson Peel will miss the Podium 500 by a mere about 16 one-thousandths of a second. Michael Sturgill in 22nd. All these drivers, their Podium 500 bid is done. Dennis Ansman, Joshua Milam, Max Lange, Brock Whitehead, Brandon Zimmerman, Chris Simmert, Jacob Dudai, Brandon Holder, Peyton Tulloch, Jacob Dunn, Aaron Brown, Agnell Phillip, Kwame Scott, Nathan Rabideau, Alan Wilson, Chris Sherbert, Liam Sheen, and Christopher McCullough. All of them will end their Podium 500 weekend. We started with 264 drivers, and we now know the 40-car field who will take to the track tomorrow at noon Eastern and fight for $1,000 and the chance to win the 5th annual Podium 500. But Joe, we had 4, I really think, completely different races today between the LCQs and the duels. We learned a lot about the high side being dominant, but at the same time how the low side can be able to go out, build momentum, make moves, make passes. So a lot of cautions in this last duel, a really clean race till the end in duel number 1, but when we're fighting for $1,000, everyone's gonna make those moves to try to get themselves that money tomorrow in the Podium 500.
It's one of those psychological tests. You know, everybody says, "Oh, I wouldn't do anything crazy for money," and then you waive, you know, even in this case, the 221, which is a good amount, but nothing crazy. And we still get some wild racing as drivers will step over their grandmother to possibly try and win that. But imagine what it's going to be like when it comes down to the finish for the $1,000.
Excited to see what comes for the Podium 500 tomorrow. Be sure to join us tomorrow starting at noon Eastern for the race. right here on Podium Esports. And then also, again, be sure to join us Monday night for the Monday Night Racing Season 6 Championship. A long and great weekend of racing here on Podium Esports as we get ready to celebrate the virtual Great American Race for the Podium 500 this Sunday. For John Theodore and Gary Sexton at Podium Esports, for our Director of Competition, Brandon Davis, our Social Media Coordinator, Cameron Arbernon, our Overlay Builder, Michael Hall, our Camera Builder, Dougie Beard, Producer, Ryan Bauer, and my colleagues today in the booth, DJ Clark and Joe Peak, I am Devin Henry. Thank you so much for watching our broadcasts of the 5th Annual Podium 500 LCQs and the Duels. Tomorrow, we battle for $1,000 to find out who will win the 5th annual running of the Podium 500.